Yeah. That's crazy. That's crazy. Not even live? That's crazy. Not even live yet? Not even live yet. You guys are already giving me a hard fucking time. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's fucking crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. I'm over here fiddling with settings. You know, trying to get the image on the face cam. Okay. No audio? Are you fucking with me right now? Are you? Because I can see. What? What are you saying? What? I'm about to fucking crash out. I see my audio. I haven't changed anything. Reboot? You guys. What's up, Hawker? Wait, okay, hang on. Not even live? That's crazy. Not even... Bro, fuck you guys. Fuck you guys, okay? Fuck you guys. Shut up, shut up, stop, shut up. I'm already crashing out. Not even 5 minutes into the fucking stream, I'm already crashing out. You guys got me fucked up. Why? Why am I here? Just to suffer? The jig is up. The jig is up, okay? Yeah. The jig is up. I know there's not. I know the audio's working. I know the audio's working. About to lose my fucking mind. I'm about to lose. Is this what you guys wanted? Is this what you guys wanted? This is what you want from me? You just want me to be pissed off? Spiking my cortisol right now. It's not good. I gotta reel it in. Yeah, let me do the show in Braille. Why don't I? Yeah, why don't I do it in fucking Swahili too? Always trying to gaslight me. Can't catch a fucking break here. Can't catch a fucking break. Goodness. We're already off to a great start. We're off to a fantastic start. Love it. Fucking love it. The jig is up. The jig is up. The jig is up, motherfucker. Guys are already giving me a hard fucking time. That's crazy. What is this? What is this? What does this sound like to you? What does this sound like to you? An F. All right. Yeah, loyals. Yeah. Yeah, why don't I unplug my fucking internet forever? I'll unplug my fucking computer. See if that fixes it. Maybe I'm not hooked up to the internet. Maybe I'm not connected to the internet right now. Maybe that's the problem. Okay. All right. Okay. So, Yeah, Trump is at Davos. Is that Davos? I figure we would take a look at what he had to say today. We'll probably 1.5 exit. Let's just go ahead and jump straight into it. We are already at 1.5x. Yeah, don't forget. Yeah, before we get started though. Okay, before we get started, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Hit the bell notification. And follow all my socials. Okay. Mello's currently in Sweden at his in-laws' house. That's why there's technical difficulties. Yeah, I need to domestic abuse on Greta, right? Fix the fucking internet, bitch. Adjust the starlight. The fucking starlight. The fucking yeah, the bit's ruined. The bit's ruined. You fuck up a word, the bit is ruined. It's over.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome. I guess we don't have enough seats today. Wow. In the last quarter century, a sitting president of the United States has come to Davos only twice. Both times it was Donald Trump. So when I asked to serve in this new role that I have, he was one of the first leaders I called and invited to return. I first met the president about 25 years ago, but I worked most closely with him during the early months of COVID. This was March 2020. Markets were under extreme stress. Some economists were warning we could be headed towards a second Great Depression. What stood out to me during the extraordinary period was a president's willingness to bring together people from governments, from business, across institutions, across perspective.
Yes. Very, very prestigious, very interesting. You're going to clip that? You weren't here, but dude, yesterday, fucking, who was it? Was it SSB that got my ass? Fucking yesterday. Hang on. Straight up got my ass. You know, what does that really imply? Like, that's like a complete non sequitur. What's see how much like I had to see how much better it looks, right? I had to make adjustments to the green screen because it was fucking up because it was auto adjusting and that would fuck up the chroma key. Now it's like okay, you know, now it's like, you know, doesn't seem to be fucking up too much. Pretty consistent. I like that. There stinks the Antichrist. The World Economic Forum, the globalists. Anyway, I'll show you later. Not really important. Shalom. Yeah, because the problem was, okay, nobody gives a shit. But the problem yesterday was the camera was like auto adjusting. It was adjusting the exposure, and that would fuck up so it would just overexpose, underexpose. That would fuck up the green screen. So I just went ahead and got rid of I just manually adjusted it. So let me know how it looks. Anyway, let's get back into it.
To think differently, and importantly, to act decisively. That instinct to act, especially in pivotal moments, is one reason I think he values the World Economic Forum. It is a unique institution
O'Keefe?
that brings together
Which O'Keefe?
the largest combination of government officials, business leaders, technology leaders, civil society and NGO leaders, anywhere in the world for a genuine dialogue, and particularly importantly this year. Thankfully, this group is meeting under better economic circumstances than during the pandemic, but once again, we're forcing very serious different economic conditions around the world. One of the central challenges that is impacting me is how capitalism can benefit more, and how can we broaden our global economy for greater and greater participation. That is a question where the president has shown real leadership through investing in infrastructure, reducing barriers to growth, and initiatives like the Trump account, designed to give more Americans a direct stake in the growth of the U.S. economy. As he enters the second year of his second term,
James O'Keefe.
we are interested in hearing his plans for...
I'm surprised they would, I mean, they probably don't care if James O'Keefe is there or not. It's not like I feel like they're not really hiding anything at the World Economic Forum. They're telling you everything. I don't think there's any like secret message. It's when they talk about, eat the bugs and you will own nothing and you will like it. Like all of that stuff. I don't feel like there's any like is he gonna like try and catch people hot micing or something? I don't know.
For 2026 and beyond, and will no doubt create more and more conversation. And that's what the forum is about, a serious conversation in the spirit of dialogue. Discussions where the world is headed, where are we going? And these discussions would be incomplete without the President of the United States, the most important leader in the world. We appreciate him here, so let me introduce and welcome back to Davos the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Well, thank you very much, Larry. It's great to be back in beautiful Davos, Switzerland, and to address so many respected business leaders, so many friends, few enemies, and all of the distinguished guests. It's a who's who, I will say that. I've come to this year's World Economic Forum with truly phenomenal news from America. Yesterday marked the one-year anniversary of my inauguration, and today, after 12 months back in the White House, our economy is booming, growth is exploding, productivity is surging.
O'Keefe is investigating carbon taxes at the WEF. What is he like specifically? What is he investigating there about it?
Investment is soaring, incomes are rising, inflation has been defeated, our previously open and dangerous border is closed and virtually impenetrable, and the United States is in the midst of the fastest and most dramatic economic turnaround in our country's history. Under the Biden administration, America was plagued by the nightmare of stagflation, meaning low growth, and high inflation, a recipe for misery, failure, and decline. But now, after just 1 year of my policies, we are witnessing the exact opposite. Virtually no inflation and extraordinarily high economic growth. Growth like, I believe, you'll see very shortly, our country has never seen before, perhaps no country has ever seen before. Over the past 3 months, core inflation has been just 1.6%. Meanwhile, fourth quarter growth is projected to be 5.4%, far greater than anybody other than myself and a few others had predicted. Since the election, the stock market has set 52 all-time high records. So that's in 1 year, 52 records, adding $9 trillion in value to retirement accounts, 401ks, and people's savings. People are doing very well. They're very happy with me. Since my inauguration, we've lifted more than 1.2 million people off of food stamps, and after 4 years in which Biden secured less than $1 trillion of new investment in our country. Think of that, $1 trillion, substantially less than that. In 4 years, we've secured commitments for a record-breaking $18 trillion, and we think when the final numbers come out, they'll be closer to $20 trillion of investment. That's never been done by any country at any time, not even close. Just over 1 year ago, under the radical left Democrats, we were a dead country. Now we are the hottest country anywhere in the world. In fact, the United
Climate executives spill secrets about carbon taxes, weather modification, and chemtrails. WEF climate elites who work with three-letter agencies, and DARPA discusses hidden plans about artificial rain. That's from his Telegram. What's the gist of it? What's the spark notes of that? What did he find out exactly that we don't already know? Larry Fink quote, "The WEF job is to tell governments what to do and what not to do." Yeah, I mean, like, but who are the WEF? Like, who comprises the WEF? Right? It's not like the forum itself is just a forum. It's just a place where very wealthy and influential people meet. It's not like it's just that. It's just where they go to meet and discuss. It's really the people that we're more interested in. As far as like the blackmail and stuff goes, I mean, there is like this funny saying. I guess it's not really a saying, but like an astute observation, like the best way to kickstart your political career is to like make sure that your blackmail, your compromising, or your compromat is like put in the hands of the right people. And that's true for like Republican or Democrat in America. Like you look at like John McCain, and he's like 1 degree of freedom removed from the Kansas City mob, you know, that killed a journalist back in, what was that? What year was that? Was that 2004? 2006? But he is 1 degree of freedom removed via his marriage with his, well, was with his wife. So, Edward Hammer, you formally apologize for being late and gay. What's up? What's up? Apology accepted. Yeah, so it's like the WEF is, you know, there are layers to this. As I often say, it's not go 1 or 2 layers deeper. You know what I mean? O'Keefe is saying BlackRock specifically. I haven't watched the video yet. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, look, they've got weather weapons. It's not complicated. I don't even want to call it weather weapon. They have weather manipulation technology. It's not particularly complicated stuff. You just go up and up in the air, high altitude, and you just spray some reflective heavy metals to reflect even some of the sun's rays. And that induces inclement weather. You know, I call it cloud seeding. They do that in Texas. They do that in a lot of places. So that's all like real. 3 channels you follow are live. One is Slamming Nick. Who's slamming Nick? How dare they? WF is the Devil's Lounge. You know, it's. How do I explain this? It's like, concern yourself less with the forum, the WEF, and more so the people that attend the forum, you know? Like, let's just do a little experiment. Or not an experiment, let's just do an investment. World Economic Forum. Let's look at there. Where are the partners? They used to have a, oh, they like revamped their page. Where are they? They used to have a partners. Ah, here we go. This is just a glimpse. We could go to the Wikipedia. But like ultimately, it's not like a lot of it, like they're just like industry leaders, wealthy people, people with influence, big companies, stuff of that nature. So it's like, how do I I'm trying to find the right way to explain this. It's like, not concern yourself more with who's saying what, as opposed to like sort of like this broad condemnation of the whole WEF. Be more specific, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. Anyway, big headphones they are, but they sound amazing. These are great headphones. I highly recommend them. It's no follow and snow follow. Damn. Coach Nixon, not you. Got you. 3 channels at once. That's like stimulation maxing right there. Yeah, who's A-logging? Anyway. Do I sleep with them on? Of course, dude. That way I can hear my dreams more clearly.
The United States economy is on pace to grow at double the rate that was projected by the IMF just last April. And with my growth and tariff policies, it should be much higher. I really believe we can be much higher than that. And this is all great news, and it's great for all nations. The USA is the economic engine on the planet. And when America booms, the entire world booms. It's been the history. When it goes bad, it goes bad. You all follow us down, and you follow us up. And we're at a point that I don't believe we've ever been. I never thought we could do it this quickly. My biggest.
Hey, who's Azus and whatnot? Is that a channel?
Surprises. I thought it would take more than a year, maybe like a year and 1 month.
Trump's kind of
It's happened
yapping
very
right now.
quickly. This afternoon, I want to discuss how we've achieved this economic miracle, how we intend to raise living standards for our citizens to levels never seen before, and perhaps how you too and
I'd
the
love to hear
places where
that.
you come from can do much better by following what we're doing, because certain places in Europe are not even recognizable, frankly, anymore. They're not recognizable. And we can argue about it, but there's no argument.
Okay, spoiler. I saw this clip where he talks about how like mass migration is destroying Europe. Something tells me that like somebody told him to say that. Like somebody in his camp told him to say that as like red meat for the base. Because right now he's getting slammed. His approval rating is he's just getting eviscerated by his own base because he's not fulfilling his promise of mass deportations. That's one of the biggest reasons why. So to me, we'll see exactly what he has to say, but it just feels like another case of just throwing red meat for the base and hoping that they take it. Trump said something based. Okay, well, actually do something.
And come back from different places. I don't want to insult anybody and say I don't recognize it. And that's not in a positive way. That's in a very negative way. And I love Europe, and I want to see Europe go good, but it's not heading in the right direction. In recent decades, it became conventional wisdom in Washington and European capitals that the only way to grow a modern Western economy was through ever-increasing government spending, unchecked mass migration, and endless foreign imports. The consensus was that so-called dirty jobs and heavy industry should be sent elsewhere, that affordable energy should be replaced by the Green New Scam, and that countries could be propped up by importing new and entirely different populations from faraway lands. This was the path that sleepy Joe Biden administration and many other Western governments very foolishly followed, turning their backs on everything that makes nations rich and powerful and strong. And there's so much potential in so many nations. The result was record budget and trade deficits and a growing sovereign deficit driven by the largest wave of mass migration in human history. We've never seen anything like it. Quite frankly, many parts of our world are being destroyed before our very eyes, and the leaders don't even understand what's happening. And the ones that do understand aren't doing anything about it.
Yeah. Well, I feel like a broken record at this point, man. Literally, he just called himself out. And the leader... Here, I'll just rewind it. 10 seconds.
Anything like it. Quite frankly, many parts of our world are being destroyed before our very eyes, and the leaders don't even understand what's happening. And the ones that do understand aren't doing anything about it.
The ones that do aren't doing anything about it. So what exactly has Trump done to fix this problem of mass immigration? We haven't gotten even a million mass. This comes like literally today. Once again, Trump reaffirmed the sentiment that we've already known, that they're walking back the mass deportation claim, since they want to focus on the violent criminals and the insane people. And there are many good people that are working here, illegal people that are good people working here. So he's distancing himself from the mass deportation rhetoric. So, dude, he's literally talking about himself here. It's like, who's bro talking to? Not doing anything about it, dude. That's you. You haven't done anything about the 10 million that came under Joe Biden illegally, or the millions here on legal work visas. Talk about tone deaf. Like how like I'm like stun locked. Like, am I going crazy? Like, how did he think he could slip this under the radar and not have people call him out for this? Blonde in the belly of the beast. I have no idea who that is. Dave Riley. I think I've heard of Dave Riley. I don't know who that is though.
Virtually all of the so-called experts predicted my plans to end this failed model would trigger a global recession and runaway inflation. But we have proven them wrong. It's actually just the opposite. In 1 year, our agenda has produced a transformation like America has not seen in over 100 years. Instead of closing down energy plants, we're opening them up. Instead of building ineffective, money-losing windmills, we're taking them down and not approving any. Instead of empowering bureaucrats, we're firing them, and they're going out and getting jobs in the private sector for 2 and 3 times.
Why do you fire the bureaucrats in Minnesota? Dude, it's like he's just trying to like speak this stuff into existence. But for all this like economic growth that we've never like the likes of which we haven't seen in 100 years, where is it exactly? I don't see that. But GDP number go up, therefore we're doing all right. Ask the average American how they're doing. We're just being gaslit. Unironically, we're just being gaslit. Trump is the best gaslighter. Vance goes to Europe and mocks their censorship. Meanwhile, police in Miami are harassing people for anti-moo tweets. Yeah, you can thank Pam Bondi for that. Talk the talk, but can't walk the walk. It's literally just red meat for the base. Like he's going to criticize Europe for mass migration and how it's destroying Europe, but it's literally happening here in America. And he's president of America, not Europe. So it's just like, and if he really gave a shit about what's happening in Europe, don't you think you would use some of your power as, king emperor of the world to try to get some a change in policy in some of these countries? Like maybe you should put some sanctions on the UK for them to adhere more closely to our free speech values here in America. The fact that they're jailing people over tweets, this is our ally. Jailing people over like racist tweets or whatever. There's like 10,000 people in the UK in jail right now for social media posts. Maybe we should sanction the UK. How about that? Maybe we should threaten to pull out of NATO. That would totally, you want to put pressure on Europe. We have a number of ways we can do that. But what has he done? What has this administration done to like spread our values throughout Europe? Europe is getting raped right now through immigration and through these anti-free speech laws that are squashing any kind of real political dissent in their countries, and this administration is doing nothing. I mean, shit, they're not really doing anything for us here in America either. So it's like, this is like cheap red meat for the base. He's telling right wingers what they want to hear, and how look at what's going on in Europe. Wow, yeah, Europe's really getting destroyed by mass migration. But it's also happening here in America. So, I mean, it's just at the end of the day, man. Like, I've said this so many times. It's like I feel like I'm just saying the same shit. This is just insulting. This is just gaslighting 101, man. We're not getting mass deportations. The replacement migration is happening in America too. So what the hell are you talking about, bro? It's insane. 6 years ago, Dave was at a Turning Point event asking, how does sex help us win the culture war? Huh? Resulting in Charlie dropping Gay Rob. What is A.sex? Is that gay sex? I don't know. Yeah, conservatives, right? What are we conserving? Conservatives that fill the ranks with homosexuals and like non-Christians. You know, Susie Wiles, Trump's campaign manager and now chief of staff, said she can't wait to replace all these white people in the GOP with Enriques and Jamals. Oh, that's great. That's really awesome, man. Oh, anal? Oh, okay. Gotcha. Why don't you just fucking type that out? Stop being like, what? Just type it out. Just type it. I'm like, what the fuck is this? A.sex. Just, what are we doing, man? Just type it out. Go ahead. A super homosexual AIDS, caca poo poo butt sex, whatever. Who cares? Just, we're all adults here.
What they were making in government. So they started off hating me when we fired them, and now they love me.
I'm HIV positive. That is what he meant. That's crazy. You're protecting my ears. Protecting my ear. I'm reading your message. What? I'm reading your message. protecting my ears from myself because I'm reading. It's why he wears the headphones. You guys are killing me tonight. You guys are fucking killing me tonight. My brain is liquefying.
Instead of raising taxes on domestic producers,
Yo, what's up,
we're
SSB?
lowering them and raising tariffs on foreign nations to pay for the damage that they've caused. In 12 months, we have removed over 270.
Dude. If I'm gonna, oh my.
20,000 bureaucrats from the federal payrolls, the largest single-year reduction in government employment since the end of World War II. Nobody thought that was coming.
What are you talking about? What?
30,000 bureaucrats from the federal payrolls, the largest single-year reduction in government employment since the end of World War II. Nobody thought that was coming, but we had no choice. To make a country great, you can't have all federal jobs. We've cut federal spending by $100 billion and slashed the federal budget deficit by 27% in the single year. It's going to go down quite a bit more from that, driving inflation way down from the record highs of the Biden administration. Every month, they went up and up and up. I promised to cut 10 old regulations for every single new regulation, but instead I've cut, actually, till this point, 129 regulations for every one new regulation approved. So every time they come in with a new regulation.
Which regulations, though? You're yelling at my computer, but he can't hear me say poo sex. Oh, thanks. I'm beginning to think this whole Greenland thing was a stunt for the DOW. Yesterday, he was talking about Greenland. Department of War dropped 800 points. Or the Dow. Sorry, I thought you meant the Department of War. Can we just stick with the DOD? Do we really have to change it to the Department of War? Today, he toned it down and went up. No, I don't think it's about the Dow. No, look, Greenland is in our geostrategic interests. You know, it's resource rich. It's going to be very important. China, and to a lesser degree, Russia have expressed interest in Greenland. And insofar as the ice continues to recede in the Arctic, then there's going to be a lot of new trade routes open. Greenland is going to become a lot more relevant. So it just makes sense that we expand. As an empire, we should expand and we should take more territory. I think a lot of it is, I think Trump wants that as part of his legacy. I think that's totally true. I think he wants this like Greenland, I suppose, to be part of maybe his crowning achievement as president of the United States. But no, I support the American empire expanding. I think we should own Greenland. I think we should own Canada too. Maybe not as states, but as American territories. I don't think we have to give them voting rights, but anyway. Trump got no energy in this. Yeah, he's getting old, man. Shit, man, I don't have any fucking energy today either. I'm like Trump. Trump worked out a deal with yeah, I think that's true. Bro, NATO exists in 5 years. I think NATO will exist. Right now, NATO is how we exert leverage on Europe. I think it needs to be renegotiated. We're spending a lot of money on that. But right now, if Europe doesn't do exactly what we say, we can always pull out of NATO and they're fucked because they don't have like collectively, they don't have a military. So we could just like give Europe to Putin if we wanted to. A lot of like Russian apologists are like, there's like a certain like sect of like right wingers that are, I think, a little too pro Russia. And I think they're definitely drinking like a lot of the Kool-Aid when it comes to Putin. Because there are people out there that say like, well, now Putin doesn't want Europe. Are you kidding me right now, dude? Putin is a serious person. Russia, I think, for the most part, they have serious ambitions. Like any country, he wants to be as powerful as possible. He wants there to be a Russian empire in the same way that Xi Jinping wants there to be a Chinese empire. It's only the bitch-made loser countries that have no motion, no power, that cry about like international law. No, dude. All the real people, all the real countries, they all want to be as powerful as possible. And all these small countries, they would if they had the means to do it. So I think there is a reason why, for example, like every few months or so, there's a new story that comes out of like Russian drones or Russian aircraft that cross into NATO airspace, and like jets from Italy are being scrambled. Like this happened sometime over the summer last year. And that's clearly probing. What Putin is doing is he's probing NATO defenses. He's testing response times. He's testing where the responses are coming from, logistics. So very real. Like you'd be, I think, naive to think that these world leaders are not more ambitious than they're letting on. You know, it's in Russia's interests if they're perceived as a lesser threat. They don't want to galvanize America and Europe together to rally against Russia. That's not in their interest. So if they can say, no, we don't want to take as much territory as possible. We just want specific territories in Ukraine. But make no mistake, like I truly believe Putin would take as much as he could get away with. That's why the war rages on in Ukraine. So, NATO is gay. No, I think NATO serves a purpose. Just get Greenland independence and put mining companies in Greenland and military bases once NATO dissolves. Well, the thing is, if NATO dissolves, does that not just force Europe into they have to then negotiate further with Russia and or China. They will look elsewhere. And so I think we could renegotiate NATO. I think we could try to militarize these NATO countries, sort of be a better buttress on themselves against any kind of Eastern aggression. But we don't actually want these countries to go further into Russia or China's sphere of influence. That's not good for America. We want to be an empire. So, I'll go to Davos next year, get a pass, go skiing in the Alps. Imagine you just see me there, hanging out. I'm switching teams. I'm joining the rich people. I'm putting on my kippah and I'm joining all the wealthy billionaires. Shalom. The Goyim have gone insane. They're out of control. Yep, this is why people get upset about seizing Greenland. Would never be in the position to make that decision. They literally don't get it. Yeah, they don't. They act like their middle-class social morality is the basis in which countries should run their national ambitions and strategies. Yeah, it's pussy shit, man, ultimately. Dude, international law, like, what the fuck even is that? And whose job is it to enforce that? That's all these countries have is you can't do that. That's against the rules. Oh, I can't do that. Well, watch me do that. Oh shit. Oh shit. I'm setting foot on Greenland. What are you gonna do about it? And they're not gonna do shit because they can't. They can't. They literally cannot. What are these European countries gonna do if we take Greenland? Oh, they're gonna divest $10 trillion from America. That'll tank their own economy. What's the response? How do you think America will respond if all these European countries collectively cut off $10 trillion of their own investments into America? What do you think the response would be? Sanctions on these countries. Sanctions, economic. The same thing will happen in reverse. We'll cut off investments into those countries. Then we threaten to pull out of NATO. What are these countries going to do if they don't have NATO as a guarantee of their security? What are they going to do? What's going to happen to like these Nordic countries that have like free healthcare but like no military? They're going to have a major overhaul to their budget, and they're going to have to pour money and resources into their military. Well, there goes a lot of their like social programs and benefits. And do they even have the people willing to sign up for the military? You know, like Germany's having major shortages of people's recruitment shortages for their military. Do they even have the will or the means to amass any kind of impressive military that could dissuade further Russian or even who knows, Chinese aggression or investment into the region. And so they have no leverage against America because they outsource their defense to America. You see, that's like why, you know, people talk about we're spending all this money in NATO. Over half of the NATO budget comes from America. It's like, yeah, and as a result, everybody has to do exactly what we say because we have all the fucking guns. So part of the problem is we haven't been really taking advantage of that, and the American people have been getting screwed over as well when we should be straight up plundering the world. Like, we should be plundering the world, you know, doing things that are in our interests, but it's really the, what would you call them? The rootless international community that's been benefiting from this the most. You know, those that get to have access to the best of both worlds. They get the cheap foreign labor, and they get access to wealthy Western markets as well. They get elite human capital in the West as well, but they can undercut the cost of Western labor with cheap foreign labor, cheap foreign slave labor. And then they can move all the manufacturing over to these other third world or developing countries. So those are the people that benefit the most, not the American people, not the national interests of America. So oh, do you even think the EU will exist? Not the state countries, but European Union. Frankly, it's hard to say exactly what's going to happen in Europe. Dude, they're like a lot more cooked than we are here. Like I said earlier, there's like 10,000 people in the UK that are in jail for tweets. But I think, frankly, I don't know. It's hard to say exactly what will happen, but I think it depends on how much influence America has over them. Like, let's say, hypothetically, the relationship between America and the EU continues to deteriorate. At that point in time, these European countries will have no choice but to deepen their alliance with one another to survive. Because how could they possibly, you know, go against a more, you know, militarily impressive force like Russia, for example, or China, for that matter? So they would kind of have to deepen their alliance. Otherwise, just alone, they just don't have enough industry or military to defend themselves. They've deindustrialized and demilitarized for decades now, and you can't undo that overnight. So, like, look at Germany. They were reopening coal plants because they shut down all of these energy plants. They shut down their nuclear program, and now they're paying for it. You know, and you know they were buying a lot of like natural gas from Russia. Then we blew up Nord Stream. Now they're buying a lot of it from America. Something like what, 25% of their natural gas comes from. That's a lot of leverage that we have over Europe. So they rely on us not only for investment, but also for energy and military. So frankly, like, if we had a real emperor in office, somebody that wasn't like a wimp like Trump, we would 100% put more leverage on Europe. If we had a real America First president, he would use his leverage to free the European people. Because that's like, I just don't see Europeans doing it themselves. I think they're too cooked. Like, the UK's fucked. Like, we're just going to have to liberate these countries because I just don't see it. I think Poland might be okay. But, you know, I think like the UK, Germany, and France are just like, they're just cooked, man. They're so much further along than we are. Anyway. The millionaires and billionaires, yeah. Lots of creepy old men at Davos. Mello will walk funny. Okay. All right. Gross. Okay. I'll be walking funny because I did so much skiing. I was sore from skiing. That's what you mean, right? Given the financial and social situation in EU, I don't even think that will exist. Countries like France, Germany, and even the UK, who's not in the EU, are ticking time bombs. Yeah, dude. Like, that's why it's like, they are reliant on America. And it's hard to say exactly what would happen, but if maybe the America disbanding, or not disbanding, but leaving NATO, which I don't think is necessarily in our best interests, but maybe that would force these countries to take a more national position, a more nationalist position, because clearly their countries are getting raped to death, and you're not going to get these like Afghanis or these like Algerians or Tunisians to sign up for the military. It's just not going to fucking happen. Yeah, Germany's going to get a bunch of Pakistanis to make up the ranks of their military. It's not happening. It's not even a pipe dream. They're just not doing it. So maybe as like a consequence, like a second or third order consequence of America leaving NATO, that it would force them to close their borders and take a much more Europe first approach. But I don't know. At the same time, I don't necessarily see that happening. That's a big if. And I think it's much better if it just comes from America. Davos is elites and hookers. Mela, get yourself a 304. Flex on these guys. Yeah, I'm gonna go up to yeah, I'll be walking past Bill Gates. Ooh, I didn't see you there. Just walk on with my 304 into my arm. Yeah, totally. Giorgia Meloni mocked the EU troops in Greenland and said Italy will not send any. Focus on Italy, bitch. Yeah, you got these fucking Africans coming over on like rafts. What are you doing? Lock the fuck in, bitch. But yeah, that's another one. Wasn't she, correct me if I'm wrong, wasn't she one of these like WEF acolytes? Like there were a few others. These like fake right wingers. I remember when she was running and she sounded so much more based, talking about family values and all of that, and immigration is a plague, and then she gets in office and it was just a total rug pull. Many such cases. Many such cases. But anyway. Trump has already divided Europe. They can't do anything. He wants a new core Europe of Poland, Hungary, Austria, and Italy. The bond spreads between German bonds and Italian bonds is narrowing. That's how bad it is in Europe. Yeah, no, they're cooked, man. They're cooked. And they just need to reindustrialize. We do too. We should just own Europe. We should just straight up own Europe. Mela goes to Davos and finds his calling in being a pro skier. Imagine. Mela gonna go snowboarding at Davos. I do snowboard. I'm Austrian, so maybe, who knows? Hey, who knows? Yeah, maybe I'll be out there. Okay, all right, skiing on the, no. Oh, you'll give me 400k subs, I'll do anything, Mr. YouTube. Yeah. Yeah, imagine. I come back from Davos. Oh, I had a great time. You know what? Maybe bugs are very nutritious. Who knows? Maybe bugs aren't so bad. Maybe I was too quick to judge. Titan, what's that? Meloni was supposed to be another Salvini. Then she chickened out. Well, the question is, did she chicken out, or was it always... Yeah, it's the same thing with like Trump. Same strat. Be more radical than you really are when you're campaigning, and then when you get elected, everything is moderated. Everything is you just dial it way back. You appeal to like the most like what would you say, like some of like the more core tenets of your base, and then as soon as you get elected, you dial it back to appeal to the middle, to your more liberal, moderate donors that own you. That's the thing. Like, these people will say whatever they need to say to get elected, and it's not like a right-wing exclusive thing. I mean, look, Mamdani did the exact same thing. People thought he was anti-Semitic. People thought he was like this crazy socialist. And so he got all the young, like, Gen Z millennial women out to go vote for him, and he's just kind of this nothing burger. You know, nothing's really changed. He's not actually anti-Semitic. He's philo-Semitic. Belfort again award on the left this time. So anyway, so it's people can say whatever they want to get elected. They do all the time.
We do at least 10, but so far it's averaging out to 129, if you can believe it. In July, we passed the largest tax cuts in American history, including no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. We also provided 100% expensing, that's the one they like, and bonus depreciation for all new equipment and capital investments to help companies expand and shift production to America. They are so in love with that. They build a plant, they're able to deduct it immediately, the whole thing, rather than waiting 38 to 41 years in the old days. This is a miracle taking place. Nobody thought it would ever be done by any country, but it's done by us. It was what made my first term the most successful 4-year term that we've ever had from a financial standpoint. And now we've upped it. This is a 10-year program, not a 1-year program, but you're allowed to deduct everything in 1 year. It used to be 38 to 41 years. With tariffs, we've radically reduced our ballooning trade deficit, which was the largest in world history. We were losing more than $1 trillion every single year, and it was just wasted. It was going to waste. But in 1 year, I slashed our monthly trade deficit by a staggering 77%, and all of this with no inflation, something everyone said could not be done. There were a couple of brilliant people that actually thought I was doing the right thing. I thought I was doing the right thing.
Yeah, this is just like exhausting, man. It's like the same speech she always gives. Yes, yes, yes. Everything is amazing. The best ever. Nobody said it could be done, but guess what? I did it. Like, that's kind of the gist of this speech and every speech he's done over like the last 3 years. Why is he doing no tax on tips in the WEF? They loaded the wrong speech. He should be talking about AI and world domination. So true. So true, Hippo. He's doing like a fucking campaign speech. Like, you know, most of these people like aren't even American. Like, who are you talking to? Who's the audience for this? The hell? It's like you got like some billionaire living in like fucking, I don't know, Malta that's attending this. He's like, the fuck do I give a shit about this? It's like, the hell? You know, we're gonna talk about the future. We can talk about, you know, problems that the problems of 2026 and the future vision of the world and the world economy. And he's just like going straight into rhetoric greatest hits mode, you know? It's like, okay. Just one trick pony, just one. He's got one gear. It's all we ever get from this, man. It's just the same shit. I think I speak for everyone. We don't want to hear this shit. Okay. Yeah, I don't even want to hear this shit, to be honest.
They all think I'm doing the right thing because they can't believe the numbers. American exports are now up by more than $150 billion. Domestic steel production is up by 300,000 tons a month, and it's doubling over the next 4 months. It's doubling and tripling, and we have steel plants being built all over the country. Nobody thought they'd see that. Factory construction is up by 41%, and that number is really going to skyrocket right now because that's during a process that they're putting in to get their approvals, and we've given very, very
I know he speaks. There's some, I've seen the clips. I know there's some substance in this speech. We just have to get to it. It's here somewhere.
In the process, we've made historic trade deals with partners covering 40% of all U.S. trade. Some of the greatest companies and countries in the world. We have countries as our partner, too. The European nations, Japan.
It's like literally, he just like does stuff that like every other president in history has done. You make some deals, you know, you move some money around, some investments, you know, you manage the bureaucracy in some way. And it's being spun as like this revolutionary thing that's never been done before. It's like, bro's barely doing the bare minimum. And he's like, this is like, yeah, you manage the budget. It's like, wow. You're engaging in diplomacy with other countries and trade. Unheard of. Doubling the greatest we've
South Korea. They're all partners
ever seen before.
Massive deals with us, especially on oil and gas. And these agreements raise growth and cause stock markets to boom, not only in the U.S., but virtually every country that came to make a deal because, as you've learned, when the United States goes up, you follow. It's really become a staple.
Bro, they're going to throw his ass in prison. There's no shot. There's no shot. He's cooked, man. He's tired. The Democrats are going to get elected, and they're throwing him and everyone associated with him into jail. He's got no sauce left. He's tapped out. Yeah, they are going to destroy him in 26 this year. Well, I guess technically next year, and probably even worse in 28 after they win the presidency. Trust the plan. Yeah, trust the plan. There's something in here. Surely, right? Is this a total red state stump speech? Yeah, this sucks, man. I thought there was
America, I've stopped
based on the clips I've seen. I thought there was a little bit more.
the nation-wrecking energy policies that drive up prices.
Maybe we just have to get there. Maybe we just have to endure.
While sending jobs and factories to the world's worst polluters.
They have
The elite
timestamps or
polluters
anything?
Under Sleepy Joe Biden, new domestic oil and gas leases fell by 95%. Think of that. And they wonder, why was gasoline going up so fast? The gasoline actually topped $5 a gallon, in some places $7 a gallon, and more than 100 major power plants were violently shut down by incompetent people that had no idea what the hell they were doing. Under my leadership, U.S. natural gas production is at an all-time high by far. U.S. oil production is up by 730,000 barrels a day, and last week we picked up 50 million barrels from Venezuela alone. Venezuela's been an amazing place for so many years, but then they went bad with their policies. 20 years ago, it was a great country, and now it's got problems, but we're helping them, and those 50 million barrels, we're going to be splitting up with them, and they'll be making more money than they've made in a long time. Venezuela's going to do fantastically well. We appreciate all of the cooperation we've been giving. We've been giving great cooperation. Once the attack ended, and they said, let's make a deal. More people should do that. But Venezuela's going to make more money in the next 6 months than they've made in the last 20 years. Every major oil company is coming in with us. It's amazing. It's a beautiful thing to see. The leadership of the country has been very good. They've been very, very smart. The price of gasoline is now below $2.50 a gallon in many states, $2.30 a gallon in most states. Then we'll soon be averaging less than $2 a gallon. In many places, it's already down even lower, $1.95 a gallon. That is
okay. That is kind of based him saying like, yeah, we attacked Venezuela, we took their shit, and it's better for them, and it's better for them that we did that. It's better for us. It's better for them. He's in a room full. Okay, that is kind of based actually, and I don't think he means to do this, but he's in a room full of like a bunch of like, presumably there are a number of world leaders here, and he's just like, yeah, we attacked this other country, yeah, we took their shit, and that's a good thing. You know, like, okay, that's kind of cool. That's kind of awful.
Numerous states are at $1.
But it took us 17 minutes to like a crumb. I want him to go up with a map and point to the west. This is mine. America's going to be huge. Yeah, that'd be pretty sick. If he just says, fuck you guys, yeah, Greenland's ours. Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. And then
99 cents, numbers that nobody has heard for years. Actually, since my last administration, we got it down to around those numbers. I've signed an order directing and approval of many new nuclear reactors. We're going heavy into nuclear. I was not a big fan because I didn't like the risk, the danger, but they have the progress they've made with nuclear is unbelievable, and the safety progress they've made is incredible. We're very much into the world of nuclear energy, and we can have it now at good prices and very, very safe.
It is
and we're
a
leading
W,
the world
actually.
in AI by a lot. We're leading China by a lot. I think President Xi respects what we've done, in part because I've allowed these big companies building these massive buildings to build their own electric capacity. They're building their own power plants, which when added up is more than any country anywhere in the world is doing. I read recently an article in the Wall Street Journal that China's creating so much energy, and they are. I got to hand it to them. But we're creating as much or more, and we're letting them do that. I'm very proud of it. It was my idea. I said, you can't create this much energy. We needed more than double the energy currently in the country just to take care of the AI plants. And I said, we can't do that. We have an old grid system. And I came up with the idea, you know, you people are brilliant. You have a lot of money. Let's see what you can do. You can build your own electric generating plants. And they looked at me. They didn't believe me. All of the names that are, I think, in the room right now, if you want to know the truth, they didn't believe it. And I said, no, you can't. They came back 2 weeks and they didn't have the plant. They said, we thought you were kidding. I said, no, not only am I not kidding, you're going to have your approvals within 2 weeks. I always say nuclear will take 3 weeks.
Okay, this is a real problem that he's talking about now. He's actually talking about energy. This is actually substantive. Yeah. No, I think that's actually a good thing. Nuclear is clean, and as long as it's properly engineered and maintained, you've got proper personnel and security, then yeah, it's one of the best forms of energy. So that is, and this is a big problem. Like, you know, we have these massive data centers that are cropping up here in America, and then he's not wrong when he says we have to double the amount of energy just to power these things. And so this is a big concern, and it is, you know, part of the reason why we were interested in Venezuela. Part, not more like a tertiary concern. Yeah, energy is a growing concern. It's a growing factor. Not only because you know, AI is leading the charge, leading the demand for energy, but really because of where that energy comes from. and balance of power politics. We are also concerned about energy because, for example, like Russia is a supplier of energy. Energy is one of those basic necessities that you need to build an economy on. And so if Russia or, to a lesser degree, Iran or even like Saudi Arabia, if they're major suppliers of energy in one form or another, well, that's a lot of leverage that they might have over a country. And so that's why one of the reasons why we are concerned with these natural resources, because we want to be the suppliers. Because if a country is dependent on America for their, and this is just very basic, if a country is dependent on America for their energy, then like their whole economy is dependent on America. Their military is dependent on America. So in a sense, we control the trade routes and we control, large swaths of like energy in its various forms, whether it's like oil or natural gas, and that is a lot of power that we hold, because you need that to have industry, and to have industry, or rather to have a military, to have a powerful military, and to amass power that you would then use to exert on other countries and grow your country, expand your country. You need industry. So you see the logic, you see the chain, the logistics chain there. We want to be the most powerful country in the world. Well, it helps if you have the most powerful military in the world. And that also means you deny other countries that opportunity. And so if you own sort of like all of the parts of the chain, then you have a lot of power to leverage on other countries. It's under $3 a gallon here in Massachusetts, but the grocery prices are absolutely insane. I swear they keep increasing prices based solely on people keep buying. Yeah, I mean, so some of it's in flux because a lot of it is dependent on, like, how do I explain this? These price points, they adjust depending on demand. And so if you have a bunch of chickens, right, and you're in the business of selling chicken meat, chicken breast, right, and you just chopped a bunch of, you just butchered a bunch of chickens and sent them to the store bought them, but only like, let's say 70% of the chickens actually sold and 30% of it went to waste. Well, then the following, order is probably going to be like only, let's just say hypothetically 70% of what it was before. And so you have to respond to that because, for you to take a like 30%, or to like lose 30% of your sales, you have to make up for that somehow. And so what's the quickest way to do that is to jack up your prices. So a lot of that is just like fluctuations and changing demands. That's not like unheard of. Power plants take years to build. California is shutting down a pretty new refinery. It takes 20 years to build a refinery. Trump needs to seize that refinery or California will be dependent on South Korea. Damn, is that true in California? What is their reasoning for that? California shut down the Phillips refinery last year. What is the stated? And I have, I can I can imagine what it is, but what was the reasoning for that they said that they were? Why did they shut that down exactly? What was the reasoning? What, pollution or whatever? Climate change? Stupid, man.
That they're going oil and gas. They're even going coal in some cases. Because of my landslide election victory, the United States avoided the catastrophic energy collapse which befell every European nation that pursued the Green New Scam, perhaps the greatest hoax in history. The Green New Scam, windmills all over the place, destroy your land, destroy your land. Every time that goes around, you lose $1,000.
Green taxes.
You're supposed to make money with energy, not lose money. Here in Europe, we've seen the fate that the radical left tried to impose on America. They tried very hard. Germany now generates 22% less electricity than it did in 2017. And it's not the current chancellor's fault. He's solving the problem. He's going to do a great job. But what they did before he got there, I guess that's why he got there. And electricity prices are 64% higher. The United Kingdom produces just 1/3 of the total energy from all sources that it did in 1999. Think of that, 1/3.
That's one of those things. That's one of those industries that absolutely could and should be subsidized by the government, and it is. But when you think of like national security, you do have to think in terms of first principles. It helps us and our security if we are energy independent. Then we're not dependent on any other country for our energy. I feel like I don't have to expand on that further. You know, I feel like that's the benefits of that should be obvious to just about everybody. So, no, absolutely, we should have a very robust and powerful energy system. Very, very competent. Meet all of our energy demands. And I think there's a number of ways we could do that in terms of like what form of energy. Yeah, but we don't want to be like Germany and find ourselves in a situation that they're currently in.
And they're sitting on top of the North Sea, one of the greatest reserves anywhere in the world, but they don't use it. And that's one reason why their energy is.
The perishables are reasonably priced, but $9 for a bag of Doritos. Most of the big brand names that have high prices, I buy fancy and healthy food now. It's the same price as the crap. Really? $9 for a bag of Doritos? Damn, bro. What are they? Are they like fucking ghetto maxing here? I thought like some of the appeal to those foods were that they were cheap. The fuck? I guess it doesn't matter if you're on EBT though.
Reached catastrophically low levels with equally high prices. High prices, very low levels. Think of that, 1/3. And you're sitting on top of the North Sea, and they like to say, well, you know, that's depleted. It's not depleted. It's got 500 years. They haven't even found the oil. The North Sea is incredible. They don't let anybody drill. Environmentally, they don't let them drill. They make it impossible for the oil companies to go. They take 92% of the revenues. So the oil companies say, we can't do it. They came to see me. Is there anything you can do? I want Europe to do great. I want UK to do great. They're sitting on one of the greatest energy sources in the world, and they don't use it. In fact, their electricity prices have soared 139%. There are windmills all over Europe. There are windmills all over the place, and they are losers. One thing I've noticed is that the more windmills a country has, the more money that country loses, and the worse that country is doing. China makes almost all of the windmills, and yet I haven't been able to find any wind farms in China. Did you ever think of that? It's a good way of looking at it. They're smart. China's very smart. They make them. They sell them for a fortune. They sell them to the stupid people that buy them, but they don't use them themselves. They put up a couple of big wind farms, but they don't use them. They just put them up to show people what they could look like. They don't spin. They don't do anything. They use a thing called coal mostly. But China goes with the coal. They go with oil and gas.
Yeah, wind turbines are generally pretty shit. Yeah, not very ideal. And they typically take anywhere from 7 to 20 years to break even on on their output. And that's not including like all of the mechanical risks that are posed with you know, these massive wind turbines. You know, any mechanical part is going to fail eventually, especially one that is in motion and under pretty high stress, and also has like a very large range of like conditions that it's in, like temperature. There's a large range that these wind turbines have to be built for, and they're, of course, they're not recyclable, they're not biodegradable, so that's also an L. And then they kill something like a million birds and bats every year. So there's an ecological impact there too. So, yeah, not great. I think pound for pound nuclear is our best bet. But I like diversification. I think they look cool, yeah, but they seem like they were just really a complex scam. They break down constantly, so that margin of paying for itself just keeps getting pushed back and back and back. Yeah, the only place that I would say we should probably put wind turbines in is where it's like it makes sense, you know, where like you have a lot of wind and like maybe limited access to other forms of energy. But for the most part, yeah, I'm not a fan of wind turbines. I will say there are some cool designs. I think like putting wind turbines like along highways could be an interesting concept. I saw that China was doing that. I'm not sure what their return on investment is, but the idea is you know, because you know how along highways, you know, like two-way highways that go in opposite directions, they have barriers separating them. You know, if you put wind turbines, these like cylindrical turbines that are powered by the draft as well as the wind, you know, that could be a very good way to generate passive energy. I don't know what the math looks like on their output, but stuff like that I think is pretty neat. But these like enormous wind turbines are a liability. you know, it's not to mention how hard it is to transport them. I mean, you have to shut down highways, you need escorts, very expensive. I'm just not a fan of wind turbines. They're generally pretty shit. Nuclear should have been the future, agreed, but diversity of power sources is probably ideal. No, I 100% agree. So I'm not like opposed to having some wind energy where it makes sense. I think solar is a really good idea. One of my favorite ideas is something more less centralized when it comes to energy. So like if we have a bigger push for like solar roof tiles and stuff, that will require pretty big economies of scale to make that affordable for most people. But I love that idea that like you as a regular citizen can just generate your own electricity. That's so much more robust. Like your home now becomes much more valuable because it's now also producing energy. And any excess energy you could sell off to the grid or to your neighbor or whatever. But in the case of like a natural disaster, let's say a tsunami takes out a power plant, well, you'll be okay because you have your own means of generating electricity. I really like that idea. And yeah, I do really like that idea. But, you know, we need to see greater economies of scale for that. China builds dozens of large coal plants each year. It's a security issue for them. Yeah, that's don't put all of your eggs into one basket. Some of the highways out west have them and they do look cool and provide a sense of scale, but they also put them in places like Scotland and it's just totally ruined the view. Oh yeah, I'm a huge fan of covering parking lots with solar panels and also reducing consumer prices for people to install them themselves. Yeah, no, that's another thing. Like, look, parking lots, that's a big one. A lot of open space, a lot of a lot of surface area. You think about our cities, we have a lot of unused surface area that we could be tapping into. And plus, having your car under some kind of cover is helps extend the longevity of it. Especially if you live in like California where the sun is just beating down on your car. It's like that deteriorates the paint and the coating, the waxing on your car. So there are tangible consumer benefits as well. Tsunami will take out your house. That's crazy. 07. Bro's going to Atlantis. He's taking an unscheduled trip to Atlantis. Shout out Poseidon.
They're starting to look at nuclear a little bit, and they're doing just fine. They make a fortune selling the windmills, though, and I think really that's one that they wouldn't be surprised if it stopped. They are shocked that it continues to go. They're very friendly with me. They're shocked that people continue to buy those damn things. They killed the birds. They ruin your landscapes. Other than that, I think they're fabulous, by the way. Stupid people buy them. The consequences of such destructive policies have been stark, including lower economic growth, lower standards of living, lower birth rates, more socially disruptive migration, more vulnerability to hostile foreign adversaries, and much, much smaller militaries. The United States cares greatly about the people of Europe. We really do. I mean, look, I am derived from Europe, Scotland and Germany. 100% Scotland, my mother, 100% German, my father. And we believe deeply in the bonds we share with Europe as a civilization. I want to see it do great. That's why I issue.
This is good rhetoric, though. This is good rhetoric, but me being a skeptic and me following Trump for a while, I don't think this is like, I think the timing of this is a little suspicious because I do support a deepening bond with Europe. Like Europe should be our greatest ally. America is it's a country built by Europeans for Europeans. So it makes sense. There's been all of this like artificial animosity built up between America and Europe that just shouldn't exist. It's like those are our people over there, and it's like, look, we all play into it from time to time, but when it comes to Western civilization, for our own sake, for our own survival, we really do need to like put our differences aside, so to speak, and just unite for our collective interests. And like that needs to happen.
Like energy, trade, immigration, and economic growth must be central concerns to anyone who wants to see a strong and united West.
That's why.
Because Europe and those countries have to do their thing.
My like spacebar double bouncing. That's why the American Empire just needs to own Europe too.
They have to get out of the culture that they've created over the last 10 years. It's horrible what they're doing to themselves. They're destroying themselves. It's beautiful, beautiful places. We want strong allies, not seriously weakened ones. We want Europe to be strong. Ultimately, these are matters of national security and perhaps no current issue makes the situation more clear than what's currently going on with Greenland. Would you like me to say a few words of Greenland? I was going to leave it out of the speech, but I think I would have been reviewed very negatively. I have tremendous respect for both the people of Greenland and the people of Denmark, tremendous respect. But every NATO ally has an obligation to be able to defend their own territory. And the fact is, no nation or group of nations is in any position to be able to secure Greenland other than the United States. We're a great power, much greater than people even understand. I think they found that out 2 weeks ago in Venezuela. We saw this in World War II.
Yeah, Keith Woods doesn't have submarines. He needs to surrender. Yeah. I mean, wouldn't that be sick, though? Wouldn't that be sick? The United States of white people. The United States of the West. I guess it would still be America. They would have to adopt our namesake. Our namesake. But yeah, that'd be pretty sick. But it really does need to happen. When is Trump heading to Canada? Probably after Greenland. I think Canada's next. We should own Canada too. I hope you're noticing a trend here. You want to head to Buc-ee's without a passport? Yeah, man. I mean, look. I know a lot of people. I'll say this: a lot of people, they're like, "Why would you support like global homo taking over more power?" And the answer is because America first is inevitable. It's only a matter of time. So when patriots regain and it is an if, but I think it's one I would bet money on. Once we get an America first government again, it would be so much better for us to inherit an empire than this like middling power.
When Denmark fell to Germany after just 6 hours of fighting and was totally unable to defend either itself or Greenland. So the United States was then compelled, we felt an obligation to do it, to send our own forces to hold the Greenland territory. And hold it we did, at great cost and expense. They didn't have a chance of getting on it, and they tried. Denmark knows that. We literally set up bases on Greenland for Denmark. We fought for Denmark. We weren't fighting for anyone else. We were fighting to save it for Denmark. Big, beautiful piece of ice. It's hard to call it land. It's a big piece of ice. But we saved Greenland and successfully prevented our enemies from gaining a foothold in our hemisphere. So we did it for ourselves also. And then after the war, which we won it big. Without us, right now you'd all be speaking German and a little Japanese, perhaps. After the war, we gave Greenland back to Denmark. How stupid were we to do that? But we did it. But we gave it back. But how ungrateful are they now? So now our country and the world face much greater risks than it did ever before because of missiles, because of nuclear, because of weapons of warfare that I can't even talk about. 2 weeks ago, they saw weapons that nobody ever heard of. They weren't able to fire one shot at us. They said, what happened? Everything was discombobulated. They said, we got them in our sights. Press the trigger, and nothing happened. No anti-aircraft missiles went up. There was one that went up about 30 feet and crashed down right next to the people that sent it. They said, what the hell is going on? Those defensive systems were made by Russia and by China. So they're going to go back to the drawing boards, I guess. Greenland is a vast, almost entirely uninhabited and undeveloped territory. It's sitting undefended in a key strategic location between the United States, Russia, and China. That's exactly.
It is kind of funny that he just credit where credit's due. It is kind of funny. He's walking into a room full of Europeans and he's just telling them, "Yeah, we're gonna take Greenland." That is kind of funny. I have a question. Let's get married. You're a man. You're a man pretending to be a woman, aren't you? Ireland won't be a state. It will be a golf course. Yeah, true. When we take territory, it doesn't mean we give them voting rights either, right? Imagine Keith Woods, the envoy representing Ireland. Imagine. Oh, Keith Woods.
Where it is right smack in the middle. It wasn't important nearly when we gave it back. When we gave it back, it wasn't the same as it is now. It's not important for any other reason, everyone talks about the minerals. There's so many places. There's no rare earth. No such thing as rare earth. There's rare processing, but there's so much rare earth. And just to get to this rare earth, you got to go through hundreds of feet of ice. That's not the reason we need it. We need it for strategic national security and international security. This enormous unsecured island is actually part of North America, on the northern frontier of the Western Hemisphere. That's our territory. It is therefore a core national security interest of the United States of America. And in fact, it's been our policy for hundreds of years to prevent outside threats from entering our hemisphere. And we've done it very successfully. We've never been stronger than we are now. That's why American presidents have sought to purchase Greenland for nearly 2 centuries. For 2 centuries, they've been trying to do it. They should have kept it after World War II, but they had a different president. That's all right. People think differently. Much more necessary now than it was at that time, however. In 2019, Denmark said that they would spend over $200 million to strengthen Greenland's defenses. But as you know, they spent less than 1% of that amount. 1%. There's no sign of Denmark there. And I say that with great respect for Denmark, whose people I love, whose leaders are very good. It's the United States alone that can protect this giant mass of land, this giant piece of ice, develop it and improve it and make it so that it's good for Europe and safe for Europe and good for us. And that's the reason I'm seeking immediate negotiations to once again discuss the acquisition of Greenland by the United States, just as we have acquired many other territories throughout our history, as many of the European nations have. They've acquired, there's nothing wrong with it. Many of them, some went in reverse, actually, if you look. Some had great vast wealth, great vast lands all over the world. They went in reverse.
Yeah, I think they're going to sell Greenland. I think, what do you guys, let's take some bets. How much you think they're going to sell Greenland for? I know that they floated the number 700 billion, but Trump's a deal guy. He's good at making deals. I wonder what he'll negotiate the number down to. What do you guys think? Oh, you swear you're a girl? Okay. All right. No e-girls. 80% of Greenland is ice cap. The rest is glaciers and habitable land. We still want it. Yeah, it's really the proximity to the Arctic that I think makes it so valuable. Yeah. As far as like any kind of like rare earth minerals or like oil or anything, we can drill into ice. Not really a problem.
They're stuck back where they started. That happens too. But some grow. But this would not be a threat to NATO. This would greatly enhance the security of the entire alliance, the NATO alliance. The United States is treated very unfairly by NATO.
Something will happen to stop us from getting Greenland, most likely from our own government. Well, why would our own government stop us from getting Greenland? I mean, let's think about this critically. Like, who would really be opposed to America obtaining Greenland? I think, if anything, most Americans are at the very least indifferent, if not supportive of the idea. I think it would mostly be Europeans, or like maybe even like, or obviously China and Russia would not be in favor of us acquiring Greenland for obvious reasons. Maybe, I guess, Canadians wouldn't be too fond of it either. Because I think they would know that they're next, and they don't necessarily want. I think a lot of Canadians would prefer to stay independent, but not how it works. So I think it would mostly be like foreign interests that would be opposed to America's acquisition of Greenland. So I don't know if it would necessarily come from our own government. I'm not sure which faction that would be opposed to it within our own government.
When you think about it,
Trump needs to downplay the value. The EU troops need to stay in hotels. Americans are staying at a military base. This is why Europe can't send many troops. I think they just don't really want to send a lot of troops. I think it's all just posturing. I don't think it's really real. I think like, what are they seriously gonna like? They're seriously gonna risk engaging in like a full-blown war with America over Greenland? Does that make sense to anybody? Do the European people, like, do the Danish, are they willing to go fight and die for fucking Greenland against America? Like, I just don't see it, If it were like Denmark itself, or like let's say we were trying to buy like Ireland, it'd be, I guess, a bit of a different story. But there's 50,000 people that live on this mostly deserted island covered in ice, and I just don't see it. I can picture the Democrats stopping it somehow by holding up the process till the midterms. I mean, I guess if they really don't want, if they just want to like deny Trump that victory, but it's like, really, it's just a symbolic victory for Trump. I think, I don't know. I think they care much more about like denying immigration efforts than like Greenland personally. I think as far as a lot of the foreign policy goes, believe it or not, there is much more alignment between the two parties. So I don't think they would really be too opposed to it. Not really. They might, you know, be vocal about it because it's Trump and they always counter signal Trump because that's what they do. But behind the scenes, I don't see why they would really be opposed to it. But maybe I could be wrong. Ain't staying intense in winter. Oh wait, you're talking, yeah, the EU troops. Funny that. Maybe they should have built a military base in Greenland, huh?
Nobody can dispute it. We give so much and we get so little in return. And I've been a critic of NATO for many years. And yet I've done more to help NATO than any other president by far, than any other person. You wouldn't have NATO if I didn't get involved in my first term. The war with Ukraine is an example. We are thousands of miles away, separated by a giant ocean. It's a war that should have never started, and it wouldn't have started if the 2020 US presidential election weren't rigged. It was a rigged election. Everybody now knows that. They found out.
Wait a second. Didn't he, wait a second. I thought he went back on that comment. Do you remember? Didn't Trump say that the election probably wasn't rigged or whatever? Or am I misremembering? But didn't he walk back the comments on saying that the election was rigged? Am I crazy? Do you guys remember that? Hippo, you would plug that into ChatGPT or something. He did. He don't remember. Yeah. Something, you know, I think this speech, he did walk it back. So I'm not like crazy. I do remember that. This speech just feels like, you know, I feel like they are just sprinkling in the red meat for the base, you know? I think he was advised to say that. I think he was advised to mention that. I think he was advised to sort of strong arm NATO or Europe using NATO. And when he talks about, you know, the mass migration, how it's changing, you know, look, this kind of rhetoric when he's talking about how, you know, Europeans and Americans and specifically himself share the same genetics. Like, you see who he's trying to appeal to. He's trying to appeal to the right-wing base. I do think this is sort of this rhetoric is there. He's really trying to now appeal to his growing, his base, which is becoming more and more discontent.
People will soon be prosecuted for what they did. It's probably breaking news, but it should be. It was a rigged election. You can't have rigged elections. You need strong borders, strong elections, and ideally a good press. I always say it. Strong borders, strong elections, free, fair elections, and a fair media. The media is terrible. It's very crooked. It's very biased, terrible. But someday it'll straighten out because it's losing all credibility. Think of it. When I went in a landslide, a giant landslide, won all 7 swing states, won the popular vote, won everything, and they only get negative press. That means it has no credibility. And if they're going to get credibility, they're going to have to be fair. So you need a fair press. But you also need those other elements. And I inherited a terrible, terrible situation. If you look up, the border was open, the inflation was raging, everything was bad with the United States when I came into office. But I also inherited a mess with Ukraine and Russia, something that would have never happened. And I know Putin very well. He and I would discuss Ukraine. It was the apple of his eye, but he wasn't going to do anything. I said, Vladimir, you're not doing it. He would never have done it. It was terrible what happened. I could see it happening too. After I left, I could see it happening. Biden had given Ukraine and NATO $350 billion, a staggering sum, $350 billion. I came in and just like the southern border, just like inflation, just like our economy, I said, wow, this place is in trouble, meaning our country. All of these things were out of control. But the border was out of control. We fixed it with the strongest border anywhere in the world. And I've now been working on this war for 1 year, during which time I settled 8 other wars. India, Pakistan, I settled other wars that were, Vladimir Putin called me, Armenia, Azerbaijan. He said, I can't believe you settled that one. They were going.
Yeah, I mean, look, you say what you will, like that. Is this not what I said, you know, would be the smart way to exert pressure on Europe? Remind them, you know, without America, Ukraine would be Russia, 100%. Putin would have taken Ukraine, and who knows how, who knows what moves Putin would have made after that. So he's definitely playing into their fears over their security, and that is smart politics. Even if he's yapping, even if he's doing the fucking weave and all that, like that is smart diplomacy.
For 35 years, I settled in 1 day, and President Putin called me. He said, you know, I can't believe I worked on that war for 10 years trying to settle it. I couldn't do it. I said, do me a favor, focus on settling your war. Don't worry about that one. What does the United States get out of all of this work, all of this money, other than death, destruction, and massive amounts of cash going to people who don't appreciate what we do? They don't appreciate what we do. I'm talking about NATO. I'm talking about Europe. They have to work on Ukraine. We don't. The United States is very far away. We have a big, beautiful ocean separating us. We have nothing to do with it. Until I came along, NATO was only supposed to pay 2% of GDP, but they weren't paying. Most of the countries weren't paying anything. The United States was paying for virtually 100% of NATO. And I got that stopped. I said, that's not fair. But then more importantly, I got NATO to pay 5%, and now they were paying, and now they are paying. So something nobody said was possible. They said, we will never go up higher than 2%. But they went to 5%, and now they're paying the 5%. They didn't pay the 2%, and now they're paying the 5%. And they're stronger for it, and they have an excellent, by the way, Secretary General, who's possibly in the room. Mark, are you here? Yes, he's here. Hello, Mark. We never asked for anything, and we never got anything. We probably won't get anything unless I decide to use excessive strength and force, where we would be, frankly, unstoppable. But I won't do that. Okay? Now everyone's saying, oh, good. That's probably the biggest statement I made, because people thought I would use force. I don't have to use force. I don't want to use force. I won't use force. All the United States is asking for is a place called Greenland, where we already had it as a trustee, but respectfully returned it back to Denmark not long ago after we defeated the Germans, the Japanese, the Italians, and others in World War II. We gave it back to them. We were a powerful force then, but we are a much more powerful force now. After I rebuilt the military in my first term and continue to do so today, we have a budget of $1.5 trillion. We're bringing back battleships. The battleship is 100 times more powerful than the great battleships you saw in World War II, those great, big, gorgeous ships, the Missouri, the Iowa, the Alabama. Because I thought maybe we could take them out of mothballs. They said, no, sir, these ships are 100, think of that, 100 times more powerful than those big, magnificent pieces of art that you saw so many times ago that you still see on television. You say, wow, what a force. 100 times, each ship 100 times more powerful than the big battleships of the past. So that was the end of the mothball story. So what we have gotten out of NATO is nothing except to protect Europe from the Soviet Union and now Russia. I mean, we've helped them for so many years. We've never gotten anything, except we pay for NATO. And we paid for many years until I came along. We paid for, in my opinion, 100% of NATO because they weren't paying their bills. And all we're asking for is to get Greenland, including right title and ownership, because you need the ownership to defend it. You can't defend it on a lease. Number one, legally, it's not defensible that way, totally. And number two, psychologically, who the hell wants to defend a license agreement or a lease, which is a large piece of ice in the middle of the ocean where if there is a war, much of the action will take place on that piece of ice. Think of it. Those missiles would be flying right over the center of that piece of ice. All we want from Denmark for national and international security and to keep our very energetic and dangerous potential enemies at bay is this land on.
We just, like, that is kind of the crux of it. You know, aside from the trade routes, it's territory that is very close to America that we do not own. That is very vulnerable. That could easily be taken by a more powerful hostile force like China. Therefore, it's in our interest that we own that territory. Simple as. National security. Makes sense.
Which we're going to build the greatest golden dome ever built. We're building a golden dome that's going to, just by its very nature,
Golden Dome in the golden age.
Canada. Canada gets a lot of freebies from us, by the way. They should be grateful also, but they're not. I watched your Prime Minister yesterday. He wasn't so grateful.
Canada to become America next?
They should be grateful to us. Canada lives because of the United States. Remember that, Mark, the next time you make your statements. What we did for Israel was amazing, but that's nothing compared to what we have planned for the United States, Canada, and the rest of the world. We are going to build a dome like no other. We did it for Israel. And by the way, I told BB, stop taking credit for the dome. That's our technology. That's our stuff. But they had a lot of courage, and they were good fighters, and they did a good job, and we wiped out the Iran nuclear threat like nobody can believe. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. That, Venezuela, taking down Soleimani, wiping out al-Baghdadi when he tried to reinstitute ISIS. We did a lot. I did a lot of big things, all perfectly executed. Everyone was perfectly executed. Somebody told me that, a military expert told me, sir, everything you've done has been perfectly executed. I said, I know. So other presidents have spent, whether foolishly or not, trillions and trillions of dollars on NATO and gotten absolutely nothing in return. We've never asked for anything. It's always a one-way street. Now they want us to help them with Ukraine. And we say, we're going.
Bro, can you imagine if we were listening to, just a side note, can you imagine if we were listening to this at 1x speed? Just so you guys know.
I'm really helping, not even them. I want to see, last week, if you saw, it was 10,000 soldiers, but last month it was 31,000 soldiers died. 31,000, that's this room times, the number of people in this room times 30. Think of it. 30,000 soldiers died in 1 month. The month before it was 27,000. The month before that it was 28,000. The month before that it was 25,000. It's a bloodbath over there.
We have to speed through the wave, man.
It doesn't help the United States, but these are souls.
It's like unfocused on 2x speed, 1x speed, man. Dude, I feel like I'm under like some kind of like there's like psi beams being blasted straight into my brain. My synapses are fried.
Young people look like you, look like some of you right in the front row. They go to war, their parents are so proud. Oh, there he goes, comes back. 2 weeks later, they get a call, your son's head's been blown off. I want to stop it. It's a horrible war.
What the fuck is bro talking about? He's all over the place, man. Oh my gosh.
World War II. They keep going, they'll exceed World War II. The numbers are staggering, how many people they've lost. I don't want to talk about it. Ukraine and Russia lost just tremendous amounts. And I'm dealing with President Putin, and he wants to make a deal, I believe. I'm dealing with President Zelensky, and I think he wants to make a deal. I'm meeting him today. He might be in the audience right now. But they got to get that war stopped. because too many people are dying, needlessly dying. Too many souls are being lost. It's the only reason I'm interested in doing it. But in doing it, I'm helping Europe, I'm helping NATO, and until the last few days when I told them about Iceland, they loved me. They called me daddy, right, last time. A very smart man said, he's our daddy. He's running it. I was like running it. I went from running it to being a terrible human being. But now what I'm asking for is
That's crazy.
a piece of ice, cold and poorly located, that can play a vital role in world peace and world protection.
Just a little piece of
It's a very
ice,
small ask
insignificant.
compared to what we have given them for many, many decades. But the problem with NATO is that we'll be there for them 100%. But I'm not sure that they'd be there for us. If we gave them the call, gentlemen, we are being attacked. We're under attack by such and such a nation. I know them all very well. I'm not sure that they'd be there. I know we'd be there for them. I don't know that they'd be there for us. So with all of the money we expend, with all of the blood, sweat, and tears, I don't know that they'd be there for us. They're not there for us on Iceland, that I can tell you. I mean, our stock market took the first dip yesterday because of Iceland. So Iceland's already cost us a lot of money. But that dip is peanuts compared to what it's gone up. And we have an unbelievable future in that stock. That stock market is going to be doubled. We're going to hit 50,000, and that stock market's going to double in a relatively short period of time because of everything that's happening. But there's a good example. After giving NATO and European nations trillions and trillions of dollars in defense, they buy our weapons. We make the greatest weapons in the world, but now we're going to make them faster, much faster. You saw that. I put a cap on the salaries. Then I put no buybacks, no stock buybacks, no various other things that they were doing. I mean, they were making $50 million, but it would take them 3 years to give you a Patriot missile. I said, that's not good. My chauffeur can do a better job than that.
Okay.
And he makes slightly less than 50. They make big salaries. If they're going to make those big salaries, they're going to have to produce a lot faster. The good news is we have the greatest equipment in the world. Now we're going to start making it a lot faster. They're going to build additional plants. And all of the money that goes into stock buybacks is going to go into building plants. We're not allowing stock buybacks by defense companies any longer. They're going to build new plants to make Tomahawks, Patriots. We have the best equipment. F-35.
Like this new company called Castilian wants to make very cheap. They already won the contract. They're making cheap hypersonic missiles for like what, 400, less than $1 million each, maybe $500,000. So Palmer Luckey, you know, of Anduril, he said something similar, that he wants to. What the defense industry really needs is more volume and cheaper, more robust facilities to manufacture their equipment, their munitions, their weapons. It's too specific. It's too hyper specialized, and so hopefully they do move in that direction. Because look, if we got into a full on war with like China, we would run out of missiles in like 3 days. You know, it would just be over. We might have better missiles that are more precise, but there's way more targets, and they have means of shooting our stuff down too. So we just need a lot more munitions, and we need the capacity to do that, to scale manufacturing up, and to do so without breaking the bank. So that's sort of the noteworthy shift that the defense industry is taking right now. It's like a handful of like the best stuff ever that breaks the bank to build will not. It's just not enough. It's just we need far more volume. Denmark got $273 million through the Marshall Plan to rebuild after the awesome German invaded. $3.5 billion in adjusted dollars exchanged to grants for Greenland. Yeah. However he decides to do it, art of the deal, whatever. They owe us.
F-47, the new one just coming out. They say it's the most devastating plane, fighter jet ever. Who knows? They called it 47. If I don't like it, I'm going to take the 47 off it. I wonder why they called it 47. What to think about that? But if I don't like it, I'm going to take that 47 off. But it's supposed to be the Stage 6. It's supposed to be the first Stage 6 plane, undetectable, like our B-2 bombers were undetectable.
Sixth generation.
Over Iran, they were undetectable, and they did their job, and they got the hell out of there. So we want a piece of ice for world protection.
It's a very interesting design, the F-47. It's going to have no vertical. What do they call them? Not fins. Fuck, what do they call them? I'm totally blanking. A vertical stabilizer. It has no vertical stabilizer. It's all horizontal, and the reason for that is, that's just one less axis, one less obvious axis for radar to detect, to bounce off of, one less surface for it to bounce off of. So it's like a one, like the plane essentially exists as like one plane, no pun intended. It's flat, and that makes it a lot harder to detect. Very interesting design. And so I think that the way it's going to handle, what is that? Yaw? No. But, you know, rudder controls is with like some kind of thruster, which would be how I would do it. It like just have like an extra intake in, the intake in your engine, and use just pressurized air and have a little jet stream in the back to, rotate your plane. Very smart design, very interesting design. We'll see how it shapes up, but that plane is supposed to have, I guess, the bigger takeaway, or the more impressive feat for that plane are its capabilities. It supposedly has a 1,000-mile range, which is very important if you're going to be fighting in the Pacific or even over the Arctic Circle, where there are very few opportunities for refueling. And that's something that at the moment, like China distinctly lacks. They don't have the range. They don't really have a navy that can project power in the Pacific. So logistics are going to be very important. More important, I think, than the actual fighting itself. How I would do it? Okay, Smelly. No, but it makes sense. Like, if you need to remove, because I was literally thinking about this, if you had to remove this, you still need stabilization. You need control to rotate your plane along that axis. Otherwise, you'll just end up, off target. And so, using like some kind of like redirected jet stream, maybe like have, as part of your intake, because you know how like an F-30, let's take an F-22, or actually maybe they have a glimpse of it, right? This is the only picture they shared. So it's going to have these intakes here. So if you just have like valves that you open and close and redirect some of that air into either direction, yeah, that would, because all of this is shielded from radar, on the internals. That would make a lot of sense. Anyway, F-47 acts as a quarterback controlling drone swarms with a projected 2028 release date. Yeah, those drones, they already ordered like 1,000 from Anduril. It's like the mothership for the control center for like a squadron of like the F-47 and like 4 or 5 drones that accompany it. So very, very neat, very cool, and impressive, honestly, very impressive. I don't know we'll see how China reacts to that, what kind of technology they develop. Interesting stuff, man. Very interesting stuff.
And they won't give it. We've never asked for anything else, and we could have kept.
Because we're also building a new drone refueler as well. Because right now, a lot of our refueling operations, something like 30% of aircraft refueling, mid-flight refueling, is done by F-15s. F-15 is a combat airframe, so we're spending the lifetime of these airframes doing refueling operations. It's not really the best use of those jets. And so I think that's scheduled for 27 is when those drone refuelers are supposed to come into service. Kind of already bought the F-47 plans from BB. Yeah. Well, I'm sure BB would love to get his hands on the F-47. I think Japan has also expressed interest in the F-47 for obvious reasons. And if I recall correctly, Trump has stated an interest in selling cut down versions of the F-47 and selling them to our allies. Kind of like how he did with the F-35s. Very similar.
That piece of land, and we didn't. So they have a choice. You can say yes, and we will be very appreciative, or you can say no, and we will remember. A strong and secure America means a strong NATO, and that's one reason why I'm working every day to ensure our military is very powerful, our borders are very strong, and above all, our economy is strong because national security requires economic security and economic prosperity, and we have the greatest that we've ever had. Biden and his allies destroyed our economy and gave us perhaps the worst inflation in American history. They say 48 years, I say forever, but I think 48 years is the equivalent to forever. Whether it's 48 years or ever, it's terrible, costing the typical family $33,000. What they did to this country should never, ever be forgotten. It's early, but he has to be rated as the worst president we've ever had by far. The auto pen did much of the damage. The auto pen, he was the auto pen president, because I don't believe a sane president would have ever signed the kind of things that he signed. But now grocery prices, energy prices, airfares, mortgage rates, rent, and car payments are all coming down, and they're coming down fast. We inherited a mess, but we've done a hell of a job in 12 months. Under my most favored nation policy for drug prices, the cost of prescription drugs is coming down by up to 90%, depending on the way you calculate. You could also say 5, 6, 7, 800%. There are two ways of figuring that. But we have a favored nations policy that every president wanted, no president was able to get. I got it, and other nations approved it. And I had to use tariffs in order to get it because they said, no way. In other words, a pill that costs 10% in London costs $130. It costs $10 in London, costs $130 in New York or in Los Angeles. And I say, well, that's bad. Friends of mine would say, you know, we go to London, you can buy the stuff for nothing. We go all over the...
All right, maybe we need a reprieve from this for a little bit. He's weaving again. Even at 2x speed, man, it's kind of rough. It's kind of rough getting through that. But Nick posted on Telegram. It is January 21st, 2026. Trump has deported just 250,000 to 300,000 illegal immigrants. He has just repudiated mass deportations of all of the illegal aliens yesterday. Yeah. Minneapolis is rioting again. Trump is already spending too much time campaigning for 2026. Doge was a complete failure, cutting almost nothing. Tariffs might be completely overruled by the Supreme Court. Carrier strike group en route to bomb Iran for the second time, which is supposed to be in range in 2 days. By the 23rd, we'll have a carrier group in position to bomb Iran, in range of Iran. Charlie Kirk was assassinated, no retaliation from the government. Epstein files are actively being suppressed. Netanyahu has visited Trump 5 times in the US. Are you winning yet? So true, King. As of Tuesday, the operation has logged 3,000 arrests in 6 weeks, according to Customs and Border Protection Commander Gregory Bovino. Let me do that real quick. A federal judge in Minneapolis last week barred DHS agents from arresting peaceful protesters there, but an appeals court temporarily lifted the restriction Wednesday while the litigation continues. ICE's deportation initiative in Maine has resulted in 3,000 arrests in 6 weeks, which is an average of roughly 71 per day. Nice. Nice. Awesome. Tired of winning yet? Tired of winning yet? So true.
Be a race trader?
See, again, y'all are throwing race into all of this. Nobody's throwing race into it.
You profile people for how they look. You profile people for how they look and how they speak. Without your mask on and without your shitty little Timu getup, your ass would be stopped by ICE and you fucking know it. You guys tried to detain your own person. That's probably because you have the reading level of a fucking 8th grader, my dude.
Hey, that's racist, huh?
Come on.
Bro. Bro. The look says it all. Has Kumquat been released yet? I don't know. I don't know what he's been up to. I guess I can message him, see what he's up to. Probably not. I guess he might be in like Guadalajara by now. Who knows?
Fucking go anywhere. This idiot isn't gonna learn. Working for the fucking government?
There's so many fucking things wrong with this. Isn't it? You have this this presumably white liberal woman, fat of course. Got the mini fridge broad going on here. Fucking chopped, absolutely chopped. Real voice. And she's telling this guy, like, chastising him for not being more race loyal. That's crazy. That's crazy. He's a short troll woman. Bro. Also, doesn't look Hispanic, somehow still a torta. How is that possible? Like, that's wild, man. Built like a fucking Oompa Loompa, like a fucking... What is going on here, dude?
Like, you think that this is gonna save you? From everything that's going on in this world?
Whether you work for the government...
It's your job and you know it.
Hey, do you know that you have to work
You're
for
a black
ICE?
man who is out there racially profiling other people. people. That's fucking in fucking Germany that I gotta carry my fucking passport with me. Are you guys gonna make me wear a fucking star like my ancestors?
Well. Can't say I'm surprised. Can't say I'm surprised. Well. So she's Jewish. Well. This is totally on brand, huh?
I'm fucking Jewish and Latin American. And I have to deal with this
So she is a torta.
shit. My ancestors were fucking murdered by Nazis. And now you guys are back doing it all over again.
Hola, chico. Hola. My grandma died in the Holy.
Fuck you. Fuck you. You know, I hope you
That's a crazy comparison.
You're a Nazi.
Read a fucking
You're
book.
Gestapo.
Hey,
That's crazy. Bro, the fucking Victim Olympics pulling out the she's like, how can I be, you know, she's like evaluating her opponents, like, a black man? Okay. Time to pull out my trump card. I'm a Jew. I'm a Jew and I'm Latin American.
What did you just say? I can't hear you.
I said,
No, the street. Say it louder.
You know what's crazy, man?
founded laws on immigration. Like, it's simple.
Based black guy. Our Nang half. Our friendly neighborhood Nang half.
Like, that's it. Like, we can't argue that.
History of immigration.
Bro, there's no point engaging with these people, though. I just want you guys to understand something. If Trump doesn't do anything in Minnesota, if he doesn't come down hard, this right here, this woman and women like this win. You understand? This kind of shit. You think it's bad now? Just imagine how insufferable they'll be when they're emboldened by this victory. But how fucking embarrassing is it if you're Trump or the federal government and the symbol of resistance, which is this, beats you? Like, you lost to like these like retarded liberal women. These like retarded middle-aged obese liberal women. You just think, like, how do you come back from that? Think of the kind of message that sends to the country. Retarded, fat, feminist, liberal women are empowered and they just won out against Emperor Trump. You know how fucking embarrassing that is? The kind of headache that will ensue. Just imagine like 6 months down the line, dude. When nothing is done in Minnesota, just imagine how emboldened they'll be.
But again, I don't think you know all of the history of the immigration
Because our country
and what's
doesn't-
happened.
It's not
Oh wow.
about the history, it's about the laws. It's not about the history,
It's not worth it, bro.
it's about the laws.
Roll it up. Roll them up.
Enforce.
When you go and detain people, show us everyone the judicial warrant, and then we'll be like, okay. their houses for no fucking reason and fucking beat them up.
I'm sorry. I didn't hear it.
Yeah, 'cause you have stupid ass face mask on, that's why.
But you said something about a warm, right?
We had those voids in California, but the weather is nicer. Dude, they're everywhere, man. Ugh. Yeah, bro. It's fucking cooked. No one's talking about Fallout Season 2. Is it bad and woke? Okay. Fun fact. I tried to watch Fallout show. Like, I'm a fan of the franchise. I played Fallout 3, New Vegas, Fallout 4. Dude, I could not even make it through the first episode, man. Like, yeah, it's got all of, like, the typical, like, you know, subversive programming you can come to expect. But, dude, the writing, the dialogue is just so... It's just peak millennial slop. Like, there was, like, one scene where, like this, the main character, whatever her name is, and this guy, they, like, see, like, this big death claw. This, I saw a preview of, like, season 2. And she looks at him like, I defer to you in these types of situations. I'm like, dude, I can't. Let me see if I can find it, actually. Fuck. Dude. I think, is this it?
Well, whatever it is, I think we can take it. Oh yeah, we got this. In fact, I think it'll be easy.
Is this not the scene where she says that line? Oh, okie dokie, that's... Fuck, now I have to find it. Now I have to fucking find it. No, I actually don't really care. I don't actually care, fuck it. Let's not derail the whole thing here. Yeah, I could not make it through episode 1. Copy strike. Don't joke about that. I will. I don't want to get copyright strike. Kind of a slow day though, overall. Well, apparently there's a mod that lets you play Witcher 3 multiplayer. What the fuck? Okay. Okay, that had to have been like the worst showcase for the mod. Dude, what are we doing? What are we fucking doing, man? What are we fucking doing? heard that Clavicular was invited to Qatar. Is that true? That would be kind of keck. Yeah. I think my browser froze again. What the hell? Honestly, slow news day, man. Like, a lot of this stuff is just like more fallout from the weekend. What else is there really to talk about? Guys, I got nothing. I got fucking nothing.
So Nick Fuentes is now selling Jeffrey Epstein merchandise. Yes, that is a real sentence. Really wish this story didn't exist, but coming from Fuentes, I'm not exactly surprised. So you've probably seen this photo of Epstein before. He's wearing this navy quarter zip, the red logo right there, American flag on the side. It's a pretty infamous photo. Well, Nick Fuentes is now selling his own version on his store for $70. A USA
greatest deal.
Zip. It's the same thing. And before the Republicans get in the
greatest deal, the finest quality materials,
comments and say, no, it's just a coincidence, he didn't mean it. He literally announced it on his show today. He's releasing that quarter zip in celebration of Epstein's birthday, saying happy birthday to him live. This comes after Nick Fuentes said that Epstein was cool and then said go ahead and cancel.
Harry Sissy is not relevant anymore.
This is one of the
just
MAGA
chopped,
stars
man.
that people watch on the right. See, on the left, we're demanding some accountability here, transparency from the government, the release of the full Epstein files.
Negative cancel.
But on the right, the MAGA freak show, well, they're covering up the files, and some of their stars are releasing merchandise honoring him and his birthday. The difference is night and
all these young Democrats quickly become irrelevant after Trump.
Day.
I think he, I don't even know if that's, does he have any motion on Twitter? I think he still does, actually. Doesn't he? Although he could be botted, honestly. What's like a normal like to view ratio? What's considered a normal range? I feel like a lot of engagement. He gets a lot of engagement. He doesn't have like the most followers, but like if you look at like Nick probably has some of the most. Can you not see analytics? Hang on. Like, I'm willing to bet that Nick probably has some of the highest like to views ratio. Because people have notifications on and like before they even read it. the number of views he's getting on the, like, he's probably getting like comparable likes, maybe a little more, but he's getting way more views than Harry Sisson. And Harry Sisson doesn't have the cult of personality. This doesn't really look organic. Like 70K likes when he has less than 1 million views. He's like, the like to view ratio is like twice of Nick's. You know what I'm saying? I think there's something funny going on here. Like more than 10% of the people that viewed this post liked it. I don't know about that one, Chief. That doesn't really seem organic. I'm not trying to hate. I'm not trying to hate just to hate because he's, you know, Harry Sisson, but seriously, if Nick probably has one of the highest like to view ratio because of his cult following. And he's getting like 2 to 3 times the views for like a similar number of likes on his posts. Big Tech A-logged Jaded on his views of the club bans. Jade admitted there wasn't much money in A-logging Nick, but didn't know why Big Tech was coming after him. Yeah, I put zero brain activity has been devoted to a Big Tech or Jaden McNeil for years. I don't know what they're doing. I couldn't care less. They're both losers. Yeah. Laura Luma was pressing Fishback over his association with Sneeko, Clav, and Fuentes. I think I saw that, something like that. But she's, yeah, I mean, Laura, of course she's gonna have a problem with that. I mean, she's just like a psycho Zionist bitch. She's chopped. She's fucking bogged. Absolutely bogged. Disgusting person. Sub 5 freak. It's crazy. You think Laura is a man? No, I don't think she's a man. But I wouldn't be surprised. It's hard to get any uglier as a woman. Me waiting for Nick Fuentes to tell me what my opinion is on the new controversial topic. True. Anything new on Telegram? Or aerial tanker from Fairchild Air Force. Something unusual over Montana. It's weird. Cloud seeding? It's launched an immigration enforcement operation today in Maine. This is the story that, yeah, Nick was talking about. Nothing, and then nothing happened. Trump does thing, and nothing happens. No bearing on Russia. Okay, that's cope. That's cope. Vladimir Putin stated that the agreement between the US and Denmark for the acquisition of Greenland has no bearing on Russia. Bro, your 7th Shadow Fleet tanker just got yoinked by America again. Like, you can't even, like, ship your... like, it's one thing, you can't even, like, ship his, anything, any exports out of Russia He has to use a shadow fleet. He has to use fake flags, fake markers to get around these sanctions. And it's not even working. We're catching every single one of them. And our Coast Guard is seizing their shit. Like, what do you mean it has no bearing on Russia? That's cope. It's 100% cope. Like, Russia is just getting mobbed right now. This is really nothing that we already didn't know. Arctic security through the collective effort of allies, especially the 7 Arctic allies, the US, Canada, Norway. Yes. I guess, yeah, and that is kind of how Trump framed it. Like, look, we all view... He went to these European countries, particularly the Northern European ones, and said, look, we all view Russia as a threat, and China as well, right? Right, guys? Well, if I have Greenland, like, we'll have a better staging ground to protect all of us. Part of the deal. It's in your interest that America owns Greenland. Framework which small pockets of Greenland? No, I want the whole fucking thing. We want the whole. What's the point if we don't own the whole fucking thing? Ian Carroll should go on Loomer's show next. Yeah, bro. Bro's fucking cooked. She's what, early 30s, looking mid to late 40s. Yeah, she's chopped, bro. Fucking yuck. Ian Carroll should match made in heaven. Yeah, speedrunning ugliest kids possible. Crazy. Ian Carroll looks max with Laura. Honestly, somehow she's more chopped than Ian. Crazy. Putin is cleaning out an apartment for many. Yeah. Not looking good. Not looking good for Iran.
Well, one thing we do know is that when Biden left office, he was granted this very bizarre pardon where he got a pardon that goes back to 2014 for crimes he was never accused of, never convicted. I mean, is that...
I'd still hit Loomer from behind. Yeah, police, FBI, this man right here. This man right here. Arrest this man. Arrest this man right here, right now. Let me screenshot that. Never let Smelly ever live that down. That's crazy. You're crazy for that. Arranged even. 2 years ago, Canada seized a Russian cargo plane. It's just sitting in the Toronto airport. Oh, Russia taking L's, man. Or like in 2018 when a couple of F-15s just like absolutely destroyed a Wagner detachment. You see every time you drive to work? That's pretty kick.
My mom told him that he better get over it because
I'm not watching that rage bait.
Be honest, you don't like streaming? Of course not. I hate every single second of it. Alright? I hate literally every single second that I'm live. I hate my community. I hate every single one of you. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, absolutely. I do hate streaming. Be honest.
That's obvious bait. Sarcasm. Ugh. Why does my browser keep freezing randomly? You hit Loomer from behind, you're going to feel a third leg coming your way. That's wild. Ugh. Ugh. Unless you mean hit with the fucking steel chair. Kidding, of course. SNL did a clavicular skit. Yeah, we watched it. Pretty weak, honestly. Finn Wolfhard couldn't even get through his lines properly. Bro, I thought you were supposed to be a professional actor. Didn't you rehearse? SNL skit got overshadowed by the meetup. True. Yeah, nobody fucking cared, man. Dude, who cares? Is that like Cthulhu? What the fuck? Yeah, okay, that's pretty kick. Yeah. What'd you think he meant? Nah. Yeah, of course, Smelly. That's exactly what you meant. Yeah. Yeah. Have I ever watched SNL? Not seriously. No. I remember like back in middle school, like I had some friends that loved SNL. I'm like, yeah, it's just not very funny, man. Aren't there rules for like jewelry in most brown hands, by the way? Aren't there rules for jewelry in most casinos when you're playing cards? Same thing with the dealer. I feel like that's like an easy one.
Drop that nothing on, a drop that nothing on. Yay! How are you guys doing? Hello? You guys are not giving the level of excitement that I was thinking that you would give. Give it right now. What's a drop that?
Bro. Watching the e-girl watching like the e-girls lose to time is just always a sight to behold. Let me guess. Richard Spencer's talking about the hysteria surrounding Epstein and drawing a parallel between Epstein and Adolf. Yeah, kind of like that super chat from last night. Epstein wasn't cool. He was very fucking a monster.
So I'll just offer a brief summary, and then you can maybe.
Is that a pic of? Wait, who? What? SNL sucks. I've seen a video of Kai Cenat reading, and he's illiterate. Do you think he should get praise or backlash for trying to read? Like for trying to learn how to read? I don't think he should get. Look, it is what it is. You know, and on one hand, I feel bad for him being illiterate, but I don't think it's a bad thing to try to learn how to read. I don't think we should clown on him for that. It is what it is. Just be glad you can read, you know? Hookman brand is collapsing. She's hitting the wall and begging for her husband. Yeah, she's cooked. It's over for her. It's honestly, it's like the death throes of an e-girl, you know? Entering the twilight years of her career and still no prospect in sight. And I remember she put that like video a few months ago talking about how now she's celibate. Like, oh, at the nice young age of like 29, she's decided she's gonna stop like being a hoe. Wow. Yeah, good luck. Good luck to you on that endeavor. See, we'll see how it pans out for her.
Pick up on some core ideas and sort of state your case, and then we can talk about new things that have happened and so on. And you can correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm misrepresenting.
I don't have 14 minutes in me. I'm gonna just save this for later. What the fuck is... Brother. Nick is gonna teach Officer Tatum how to read. True. Reading time with Nick. Duolingo. Word all out. Yeah. I'm honestly kind of like fried today. In case you couldn't tell. Brain's not working too good. The other girl, Valerie K, is 34. Oh, right. What's a Valkyrie? Valerie K? Damn. Butcher that one. And she thinks she can get a husband in the late thirds. Yeah, like what did she say? I'll just be hot forever. Okay. Good luck. Good luck. The wall remains undefeated. They think they can beat an immovable object. You can't. We will present this 29-year-old to Mello on a silver platter, dude. I'm jumping off the balcony if dude. Yeah. Can you imagine being married to Pokimane? I'm catching a... No, I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't say that. I should not say that. There's a good chance on YouTube. It's called the Right Wing Coalition. Yeah, yeah, the Right Wing Coalition has expanded now to include chopped middle-aged girls. Great. I'm doing... Anon stepped up and said, I'm doing my part. That's crazy. Well, what is the cutoff of age? What age do you think the wall hits? I mean, it varies from person to person, obviously. I don't know, man. It's like a spectrum. I don't think there's a hard rule, but it's like you're gonna feel a lot less easy about marrying like a 30-year-old woman than like a 20-year-old woman. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if I would put a hard rule on it. It's just like you need to think about, like, that's a lot of life to live and years that she's spent not tied down. And you have to wonder why that is. Before you even dive into her history and shit, it's just like, okay, so you're now like 30 or whatever. Why didn't you get married 10 years ago? You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of promiscuity to engage in over that 10-year period or whatever. So there's a lot of emotional trauma that these hoes can amass in that time. You know? And so like why would you want that to be your problem? So I don't know what the hard cutoff is. I don't know if I would put one in. You just kind of have to just take note of red and green flags and just put them in each box, and just at the end of it, just weigh it. How many green flags does she have? How many red flags does she have? And I don't think it's an exact science. Did the wall hit Pearl? Yeah, she hit the wall at like 26, but you know. And we like Pearl, she's funny. Master rage baiter, but she did lose weight. She looks better, but imagine if she lost weight 10 years ago or whatever, right? So that's the cope that women go through, you know? They like put a lot of effort into their appearance when they're like 29. It's like, well, imagine if you did that 10 years ago, you know? Did Nick do an interview with that gay Muslim? Basil? Like which gay, when you say gay Muslim, that could describe a lot of people, you know, like literally, or like, you know, it depends for person. It's all genetics. Like redheads are burnt by 29. Yeah. But I think in general, just, you don't want to go too old, obviously, because, you know, especially if it's like just think about this logically, like how many people are celibate? Basil, I don't think he did do like an interview with him. You know, Basil's pretty funny. He's got good takes, but I don't think he has enough emotion, you know, to warrant like a collab or anything. It's not really worth his time. And I think most of Basil's followers, if not all of them, also follow Nick. So it's kind of like you're doing a collab with people like within your own space, you know. I don't think those are the most interesting collabs. I think 2026 is really a transformative year for AF because frankly, like all the collabs have been done. All the big collabs have occurred last year or prior. So what's left really? I think this is the year where now it's about like cementing America First as like an actual political action interest group with the foundation, and that means finding good candidates to run. I really think that this is the year for that, and so I and you even watch a lot of these collabs and you know they're good collabs. I'm glad they're happening, but let's be real for a second. They are kind of derivative. Like if you've listened to Nick, you know, and you know a lot of these collabs, the interviewers aren't really asking great questions, but I don't feel like there's new information or interesting. I don't think a lot of these interviewers are really adding a lot to the conversation, to be honest. And that's not to really knock them, but I'm just not really. I haven't found them as compelling. Like that. What was that one guy that was like that had a big problem with Nick having like praise for Stalin, for example? Who was that again? But like, was that like an S tier interview? No, not at all. And so I think we've kind of with all of these interviews, it's like, yeah, there's a lot of retreading, and that's why I think like the most interesting ones are ones that have points of contention. Those I think that are the most interesting, or either that or people that are genuinely high IQ, like Richard Spencer. That was a great collab. But like, dude, I'm not gonna lie, like, yeah, like the Tim Pool one was kind of a rough watch. It's good. It was a good collab. I'm glad it happened, of course. W Tim Pool. It would have been nice if it happened 2 years ago, but I think Nick even said that actually on his show. It's like a lot of the hype is kind of gone because he's been on this generational run. It's like, okay, now you're getting around to it after everybody else has already done it. We've seen the collabs, we've seen the mainstream interviews. So it's like, what does Tim Pool really? What unique thing does he have to offer to the discussion, to the zeitgeist? And I think if anything, it just kind of demonstrates like how shallow a lot of these political commentators really are. They don't really have a very interesting worldview or have a lot of interesting takes. So yeah, I think this is the year where, yeah, like, and that was the stated intent behind this year too, with the foundation and all that. Where I think a lot of moves are being made behind the scenes to get like actual, real, legitimate political candidates to run. So Cole tried saying Dominicans aren't black. Yeah, the guy in that picture, like her ex. Yeah, try convincing me that guy isn't black. He's the only gay Muslim I know. I thought they threw them off buildings. Yeah, I thought you were like, you were being I thought you were like, because you could call. I thought, I guess like I thought you were like you could be like talking about like Sneeko or something, be like in a derogatory way. You know what I mean? Or like Andrew Tate. Beardson talked to Basil. Yeah. How was that? I didn't watch that. Ye 28. Ye disavowed his own song, allegedly. The rumor. Hopefully Nick can focus on his foundation in Ohio. Yeah. I think that's the goal here. yeah, I don't know. I just like what collabs are really lit. I don't know. I just, if you've been in the movement for a while, it's just kind of like, I guess it really reminds you how unimpressive a lot of these people are. Simple talks so much and says nothing, repeats talking points, lets everyone off, doesn't let anyone speak. He just invites guests on to listen to him speak, you know? It's like, okay, Tim, please, just... I know it's called Timcast IRL, but like, come on, man. This is brutal. This is brutal. Sneeko's been roasted enough, Jar Jar Sneeko. Yeah, he's leaning into it though. It's funny. Brown clown. Our brown clown. Basil talked about BAP and stuff. Yeah. Well, you know, he's in the whole homosexual right-wing space, so he's probably has some inside baseball on all that. Nick had a kick with Ian. Yeah, no, Ian's funny. Ian was always pretty based. I remember like back when like censorship was at like its peak a few years ago, and Ian was asking about like USS Liberty and shit, and like Tim was like getting visibly like shaken. Like, it's pretty funny. Simple calling for civil war for at least 10 years. Yeah, I just like, you know, I just look, and things could get really kinetic, but I don't know what people like are imagining in their heads when they think civil war. Do they really think like, oh, okay, all the red states are going to get together and all the blue states are going to get together and ready, set, go? Bro, I just think that's not really how the world works anymore. We're in, like, this idea that it has to go kinetic. I mean, we are in a civil war. It's fifth generational warfare. It's psychological and informational. They realized, like, it's much more, and just think about this logically. Why even bother risking this, like, kinetic civil war if you could just subvert over a longer period of time? Have just continuously bombard people with propaganda and gaslighting. Why would they even bother risking that? This like real kinetic civil war, that to me doesn't make sense. Like they would absolutely avoid that too. But like, how is that in their, like, how is it in the government's interests to put themselves into a very vulnerable position with, you know, large swaths of civil unrest and straight up internal conflict? How does that help us beat China or Russia when we're in a weakened state like that? And you might say, well, they want a precedent to go in and like, you know, like kick down doors and arrest people for tweets and stuff, but they're already working towards that, you know, like. So I don't think that's in there. That's really in nobody's interests of a civil war, except for like foreign interests. And I hope it doesn't get to that point, because it's like people have no idea what that looks like. They think it's just like they'll go to bed in their nice comfy bed at night. They'll wake up, they'll watch the war on the news. Bro, it's happening in your fucking neighborhood. It's happening outside. Your neighbor just got drone striked. You know? Your mom just died in a fucking airstrike on her way to work. You know what I mean? Your dad just got abducted by who knows. You haven't heard from him in a week. Like, people have no idea what like a civil war like that actually looks like. I think it's a LARP. I think a lot of people are LARPing. So we'll stick with the tired frog in the boiling pot of water analogy. I think that's more apt. It's great. It was hilarious. Sneeko and Myra went live last night for a bit. After about 10 to 15 minutes, I had to turn it off. Sneeko couldn't stop complaining. Well, to be fair, he does have a lot to complain about. I mean, he's kind of under attack, and Andrew did throw him under the bus. And I said this yesterday, like, look, I get it. Andrew Tate and Tristan Tate, they're trying to avoid fucking jail, and it's easy to criticize them from the outside looking in. You know, let's not criticize the man in the arena too hard, but like I said, then just sail off into the fucking sunset. You know what I'm saying? Just take your bag and just bow out of the limelight. You've done your job. You've done, unless literally he is controlled and he has to engage with this stuff to some degree, just sail off into obscurity. Take your dub and call it a day. But otherwise, he's just torching his own legacy. Ian Crossan wanted to talk grand strategy, but Tim Pool kept yapping. Yeah, I couldn't get through the whole thing, man. I literally walked away from my computer in the middle of the stream, and it was at like 2x speed. I'm just... I relied on the Clippers heavy for that one, not gonna lie. Nick requested Ian be there. I guess the rest of the panel is retarded. Did he really request Ian to be there? Ian's kind of the best part of the show. Yeah, I mean, Phil LeBoner's the worst, though. Kinetic action would destroy families, communities, cities, states, and country. Yeah, it's totally not good. It's really in no American's interest, regime or otherwise. Like, it's just... what they're doing right now has been working for the most part. There's really no point in escalating. What's your take on Andrew from Channel 5? I mean, he's kind of a libtard, but I think he does decent. He's had some decent segments that I've seen. I don't follow him too closely. I heard he did a thing on Nick Shirley. I haven't watched it, though. Nick requested Ian. W. Wait, so it's Tim Pool, Ian, and who's the older guy that wears a hat on the show? Phil LeBoner? What do you think of Andrew versus Nick Shirley beef? Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, like I just said, I haven't watched. Apparently Andrew did a expose on Nick Shirley, and Nick Shirley responded. I don't know. I haven't seen it. I'm really not too invested in that, to be honest. I don't care too much. Oh, he has on Casey Push? That might be interesting. I don't know too much about Casey Push, admittedly, but my first impression is I like him. He seems like a real American patriot, you know, really kind of like grassroots engineer type. So as an opponent to Vivek, 100%. I mean, look, at this point, I would take a Jewish Democrat woman over Vivek, literally. So yeah, I would back Casey over Vivek just for that alone, for who Vivek is. I was a long form interview. Interesting. Bro, Nick Shirley can't talk. I think English isn't his native language. How do you get a deal on Rumble? I think he's just like autistic, man, or something, you know? I don't want to hate on the guy. He seems like a nice guy. Maybe he's just a little slow. Whatever. Casey's a wang half? Okay, W. Casey's legit. I like Casey more than Fishback. Yeah, he seems more genuine. Dude, Fishback, you know... Like, I know he's getting some praise. I think his rhetoric is on point. Like, I like the stuff that Fishback is saying. But I still have my reservations about him, man. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be completely honest here. So... I haven't been following Casey, though, too much. So, maybe I should do that. And report my findings.
Hello everybody, and welcome to the Benny and Basil Show special edition. We got a big one here featuring Casey Push. Welcome to the show.
Well, like right off the rip, the physiognomy checks out far more than Fishback. I like Fishback. He's growing on me. Yeah, I mean, look, I've definitely softened up on him a bit. Not gonna lie. You know, Nick had some nice things to say about him. Not an endorsement though. But I just, you know, man. And I brought this up before on the stream. Like, he speaks very with a very similar inflection and cadence to Vivek, and something about that feels so phony. Maybe they just went to this. They're just, maybe that's like a financial public speaking thing. You know, if you're in like the financial sector, that's just how they all talk. But that plus physiognomy plus his background and his with Barry Weiss less than a year ago. It's just very suspect, and I just haven't really gotten like a good explanation for that other than like I changed my mind. I'm just not sold on that, to be honest. We'll see how things shake out. Fishback went in a Twitter space, and one of the speakers said a judge told Fishback that he owes money, and Fishback said he's not paid shit. That's pretty okay. Look, he's funny. He's pretty funny. He's definitely sharp. I'll give him that. And he has all the right talking points. He has all the right rhetoric. I would love it if my suspicions are unfounded. Believe me, I would love it if he is legit and we could all get behind him, but I still have reservations. I'm genuinely rooting for him to be legit. Because that would be great. That would be great. Like, Florida needs a based governor. And it would be great if it were demonstrated that that platform can win in a large election like that, in a gubernatorial election in a consequential state like Florida. But we'll see, because it could also be, if he loses, it could be a demonstration, or it could be used as the argument would be that these ideas, this rhetoric, can't win in important elections. So is Benny Muish? I don't know. I don't know too much about Benny, or Basil for that matter, other than he's like a gay Iranian, I think, or Iraqi. I think Iraqi. Muslim in quotation marks. Yeah, gubernatorial. Yeah.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me. Looking forward.
No, we're so happy to have you. Well, obviously everyone knows Casey, Mr. Putsch, as I like to call him, I show due deference, is running for governor of Ohio.
Correct.
Running against enemy of the pod, Vivek Ramaswamy.
True.
We have friends of the pod, we have enemies of the pod. Vivek is one of them. Yeah. Speaking of Vivek,
they got the wood paneling too, and then the greenery. They got, like, what are they drinking? Minute Maid? Let's just do a quick set assessment here. It's too low res.
I'm fully Vivek'd out for the pay pigs.
Oh, no.
Oh, man. We gotta bring that in later. We don't want to.
Yeah.
Oh, audios. What is Casey? Use a good microphone. My goodness. Looks like he's in a workshop here or something. What's going on? He sounds super gay. He is super gay. Hippo, what do you mean he is super gay? Do you follow him on Twitter? Yeah, he's flaming, bro. Mid-century ass set. Not a bad set. Actually, I fuck with it. Look, gays are good at interior decorating. That's true. That's facts. Let's call a spade a spade.
Ease into it, but no, right off the rip, we're getting to it.
Bat.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate the generosity of your time, truly.
Especially, on a Sunday here.
Yes. Yeah. We were going to originally do it at 12.
Lord's Day.
Yeah, and then they said, actually, Casey's going to be at church. We're like, oh, love that.
So
Very good.
And yeah, love you said this is your basement, right?
Yeah, actually, this is my watchmaking desk where I
love it.
Build watches and repair them, and
that's cool.
Yeah, I don't know.
I might
from when I was a kid.
Nice, yeah. I might have to ship you this. I got a 1960s Hamilton here that needs, it needs the works. It's not keeping in time. Probably needs a new mainspring. I'll send it your way.
Or when we come to start doing door knocking, if you're not busy running a whole gubernatorial campaign, maybe you could take a look at it.
Yeah.
I would be happy to anyway. Yeah, we should hang out sometime.
Love it. Well, who knows? We might be out there. We might be the Ohio Foreign Legion.
Yeah.
Wow, I'd be honored, man. No, really.
We would love to do it.
Let's go.
But okay, so let's talk a little bit about the campaign. For those who don't know, if you live in Ohio, the campaign is May 5th. I'm sorry, the primary is May 5th, right? Cinco de Mayo?
Yeah, that's right. I didn't even think of that. Yeah, May 5th.
It's
wow.
the Ohio open primary, me versus Vivek.
Yes, yes. So you're gonna vote for Casey, and then you're gonna go get yourself a margarita. But yet, like you said, it's an open primary, right? So people can grab a ballot, a Republican ballot, the day that they go to the polls, right?
Yeah, which it's fascinating because I was on a podcast a while back ago, and the guy was very conservative, very kind of establishment friends, I'll say. And he started getting all over on my case, like, am I going to attract Democrats to vote for me in the primary? And I'm like, I don't know what, like, can you do that? And I didn't want to answer it because I didn't even know it.
Bro, is this like, okay, maybe it looks better and sounds better on the actual.
I didn't even know if that was a thing.
Oh man, why is it so low res? And the tweet. Gotta give him a promo code. Yeah, so true. Yeah, so true. So true. Fucking aura. California's open primaries, it sucks. Yeah.
So I was just like, well, the Democrat candidate sucks, and the Republican establishment, Vivek, is horrific. So I imagine if people can vote for me, they probably will, because I represent the people of Ohio. And then the establishment right-wing guys went crazy, trying to make it look like I'm a leftist plant trying to get left. I'm like, what are you talking about?
Oh,
and there was
boy.
even an ex-Republican congressman, very kind man, that's given me great advice.
Side note. Damn, put a fucking noise gate on the mic.
Who wrote a long thing publicly on Facebook saying like, hey, don't be mad at Casey. You should be mad at the system. If a man gets angry enough to fight against the system for what he feels is the betterment of the state and tomorrow, you at least have to applaud that, which I thought that was very kind in politics doing that. But yeah, it's an open primary. Literally anybody can come vote for me over Vivek.
Also, it's like, God forbid a guy has like wide-ranging appeal and pulls people up. Like, I thought that was the whole point of elections. I thought it sounds like a kind of backhanded advice type of thing. Where like, no, you should silo yourself to the most extreme fringes to make yourself completely unelectable.
Yeah, I'm gonna see. We're having a nice conversation here, like actual human beings.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't,
Well,
can we just do that? Can we just live?
Yes, let's be so fucking for real.
So true.
I've been a Republican forever because, from my standpoint, I felt
Can a guy live? Can a guy live?
that being a Republican and just the basic conservative values there is where I felt like I'd be better positioned to create a better tomorrow with my community and family life. And that's at the core why I'm a Republican and vote that way. I don't see enough window there on the Democrat side to affect positive change.
Mm-hmm.
I do, of course, see things on the Republican side that sincerely have to be fought against.
Mm-hmm.
This bad establishment, and this, of course, with Vivek, has to be fought against. That's why I'm here. I just want to have a better tomorrow, and we don't see it. I feel like the walls are closing, like that scene in the first Star Wars,
Yeah. No, I mean, we on this show we talk about it all the time, where the vehicles are.
Dude, is it me, or are we losing pixels? Are we losing pixels as this interview is going on? What's going on here, bro? I got this shit cranked to 1080p. I can't. What the hell? It's like a 500 kilobit bit rate. What is this?
Fictions, they're vehicles to power, right? It's like, really, it's about whether you're putting American interest first, your community's interest first, your nation's interest first, and it's like, it's for that exact same reason why the Republicans are really, fucked up in this sense, where you're giving your Democratic opponent this wonderful golden platter of Vivek's Christmas crash out to be, so now the Democrat is the one saying, hey, this guy hates you and your family and America and everything we believe in and stand for, and thinks that you're saved by the bell or whatever the case may be. So it's like, yeah, obviously we should be outflanking the Democrat if that's the line that they're going with.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. And okay, so as far as me running and why I do it,
yes, please.
My soul was burning, like just straight up. And I thought about it. And running against Vivek was something I started considering when I saw him initially, announce he's running for governor of Ohio, because he was astroturfed.
Mm-hmm.
He just totally paved the way, bought it all out.
Phony.
I was thinking about it. Yeah, and then even got with a friend of mine in like conservative, philanthropy and activism and stuff, and said, hey, this is what I'm thinking. So we gave it a lot of thought, and then later somebody talked me out of it. They're like, he's not, just don't worry about it. But then I saw Vivek buying his way in and clearing the field with the full establishment, and just like my soul was on fire, and I could not see a future in where I could be happy if I didn't stand up and give literally Ohio what I feel another option. And just in a contrast, not to talk about him forever, but this is a man that didn't go to higher education in Ohio. He went to Harvard, Yale, got Soros family money on a scholarship, despite already making over $500,000 a year in college. What? He has no businesses in Ohio, despite now being better part $2 billion. He's done no philanthropic work in Ohio, nothing. It's just so many oddities across the board, but that alone is enough for me to go, no. Because I spent the last 11 years of my life doing Genius Garage, which is a 501c3 I created because I didn't like my experience in college. I didn't think we had good mentorship. I didn't think we had real world experience. I thought it cost too much and everybody's going broke and universities are a black hole for a nation's future wealth. So I created it because I thought, if I'm going to be involved with cars and airplanes anyway, why don't I just do it in a way that matters? And I thought that, and I did that because I was mentoring some engineering students at Ohio State University back when, because at the time I had a little shop. I was restoring historic racing cars and starting to build my Omega car prototype, the 100-mile-a-gallon car.
Yeah, very cool.
Yeah. And so I did Genius Garage because it just felt empty playing with cars. And I thought, well, I'm already mentoring students at Ohio State, helping them with fabrication, all that they don't get in school. Why don't I do it the way put together as a curriculum structure? And I have, and it's been super successful getting students jobs over from Lockheed Martin, even Tesla and GM and Ford and Marathon Oil, and like a host of smaller cool startups and smaller technical businesses. But in 11 years, there's just been no support. In fact, there's state-funded programs that would fund students in curriculums just like what Genius Garage is for the Better Tomorrow, but they'll only fund it if you're like an ex-drug addict or alcoholic or like, it's nice to help people, but like, why don't we help the people that want to work and can move forward? And I just got to where I couldn't take it anymore. I think our society is kind of messed up, and I've seen too much of how the sausage is made and what's wrong with the educational system, not just higher education, but K through 12. And I couldn't take it anymore there. And then with the Omega car I did, that was back when I felt Obama was full of crap and lying about, retooling Detroit. So, affordable energy.
What Obama did to the automotive industry will never leave my mind with, what's called cash for clunkers, all the diesel EPA regulations. Like, basically, I mean, I don't got to tell you, but like every diesel after 2009, 2011, whenever they made it like the DEF and all that bullshit mandatory, just ruined reliability of diesels. Like, I will never forgive what Obama did to cars.
Well, across the board, and the other thing that's odd, and this led to me building that car, of course, if we look at electric vehicles and the relationship with government and people, it was started, I think, back in the Clinton administrations, where a very small percent of new vehicles sold, they wanted to be electric. I think it's like 1 or 2%.
Yeah.
But if we fast forward, of course, to Obama, what he did, and bailing out the automotive industry and being able to kind of push things around and directions and all, and then we go all the way to Joe Biden's administration, as well as even considering Gavin Newsom in California, where like a massive percentage of new cars by a certain date are going to have to be electric.
Yep.
That just destroys innovation. That's government regulation of industry completely. And government regulation of industry is one of the mechanical hallmarks and telltale signs of fascism, which the left was promoting in that regard. Now, I don't say that to trigger anybody. I say it as a matter of fact, and I say that as an innovator, an engineering type person that thinks largely what's in the best interest of everybody.
Well, I mean, if anything, fascism would promote domestic automobile manufacturing, not the inverse. Gay guy got car ball knowledge. You impressed now? You impressed? Yeah? The gay guy's turning you? That's crazy.
And that destroys innovation. And so my car, I built it back in 2012, and I said, my hallmark was over 100 miles a gallon, not hybrid, just over 100 miles a gallon, 0 to 60 in 5 seconds, because I felt the world would get that. And then build a car that's representative of many recyclable mass production techniques that would be low environmental impact to create, and also very affordable. So my concept I built to show that, promote it. And what I did was, I realized after I got it done, I had no voice. I was kind of burned out because the world doesn't know it exists.
Observation.
So I just sat on it for years while I was doing Genius Garage.
Yeah, you're just making an observation.
And then when it came time for Kamala versus Trump, I was like, we cannot have a Kamala presidency. Like, that's just, there were many reasons I didn't like that. And of course, the EV mandates and all that across the board. And I'm like, I want Trump, and I like everything he's saying. And so I spoke out. By what I did was I tested the car. First test out of the box, no aerodynamic fairings, no tuning, haven't touched the thing. It was 104.72 miles per gallon with stop sign.
Sick. That's crazy. Yeah, with no tuning and
None. And the next day I did 0 to 60 testing, with accelerometer, proper accelerometers and GPS on it. And I also did it. I benchmarked it with my '93 Viper RT10, a C7 Grand Sport Corvette, and a Tesla Model 3 rear-wheel drive with a full charge. I did 0 to 60 testing, with accelerometer, proper accelerometers and GPS on it. And I also did it. I benchmarked it with my '93 Viper RT10, a C7 Grand Sport Corvette, and a Tesla Model 3 rear-wheel drive with a full charge. To be fair, because rear-wheel drive.
Biggest engine fitted to a car, by the way, in the Viper. Isn't that true? The V10 isn't it like an 8.3 or something like that?
The old ones are 8 liter, and then the new ones are like 8 point something or other.
That's wild.
But yeah, it's a big old thumper, and it's good because
and you see like the front of a Viper, it's huge. It's very like long car in the front.
Like,
No, it's it's low stress.
Yes, low stress. Low
Mhm.
stress. Not like my job right now. But yeah, so I did the testing. It beat the Dodge Viper by 0.2 of a second, exactly matched the Tesla and the Corvette. That's with no traction control and tires on my car that are now like 12 years old and originally intended for a Prius.
Oh yeah, so you got no grip.
Yeah. And so the third day I did the math. I'm like, hey, I bet the EPA's got numbers on like what's the carbon offset of burning a gallon of diesel and what's the carbon offset of generating a kilowatt hour of electricity. So then I did some math. Pretty easy. And my car on straight diesel has a lower carbon footprint per mile than an EV.
There are cars from the 20s that had like 16-liter engines. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not a big car guy, but imagine that the efficiency of the engines has improved quite a bit since the 20s, right?
And you didn't need to hire an H-1B to do that math for you? You were able to do that as an American?
Yeah, it's all American. Yeah,
I can't believe it. The way that they say it, I would never believe it. But I think it's really interesting about the car.
I want to interject with this. The H-1Bs are just like one part of the bigger problem of like the visa, the work permits, and the visa scam. Already year over year, we've seen like a massive 47% uptick in OPT visas from India. So they're sort of catching on that people have caught on to the H-1B scam and they're just switching over to OPTs now. So it's not just H-1Bs, because I foresee a future where they will diminish the number of H-1Bs. Say, look, we're winning. The H-1Bs are going down, but it's you have to look at the totality of visas, all of them. They all need to be, for the most part, eradicated. Like all of them. It's like that's the crux of the problem. Not specifically H-1Bs. I know I'm like splitting hairs here, but just for people who don't know. Those are like tank motors. Yeah, traditional internal combustion engines are about 35 to 40% efficient. Yeah.
Our aspect of it, right? Because it's with so many of these things that we're told that, you know, EV is for the environment, etc., completely ignoring the mining and all of this stuff and the extractive process of it. Whereas there is something very American and about the ability, you know, other people talk about this, about the ability to drive in your car and fill it up on, you know, fill it up on gas and not have to sit at a charging station and be able to drive, right? And what you're talking about is exactly that type of thing where maybe at the most superficial level, it doesn't sound as green as electric vehicles, but when you actually look into it, it's like, yes, this is actually the environmentalist position.
It's funny because you don't even have to do the whole thing about, oh, conflict minerals and we're mining lithium and da-da-da-da-da. It's like, no, it's just like literally...
It's more efficient.
The
it's
consumption, the consumption, if you're using the national grid average kilowatt hour, like...
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's other things here too. You know, some people say, well, what are you going to do when you got to beat
Yeah, we'll just go by the gradient color chart. Yeah. Real.
regulations and crash test and airbag? I'm like, okay, chillax. Well, one, I'm probably not.
Cue up that Family Guy picture.
Just one dude building it, and there's probably millions of dollars.
It's proof of concept. It's proof of the concept.
Well, yeah. Add a few 100 pounds. Like, you don't think I'm going to develop and it's going to get even better?
Right.
So no, it's a poor argument. But the other thing too is, you know, that can be built here in America with dudes. But let's not forget, with regard to electric cars, the automated driving. Obviously, and then the fact
when it's not running you over on the street, when it's not running over a baby carriage.
Right. And, you know, politicians and billionaires always like to sell everything down your throat by saying it's in your best interest and it's safer. No, what you're doing is you want totalitarian control, because eventually the cars are only going to go when you want to let us.
Yeah, exactly. The guise of safety is usually masked by.
Be like, oh no, you had a spicy tweet about H-1Bs, your car no longer starts.
Yeah.
Thank you, customer.
Right, exactly.
And in the meantime, what they're doing is exactly what you were talking about with Vivek about like investment into Ohio. Now he wants to talk about investment into Ohio, but only through his supporters, his backers, Jeff Yes, and you know, Aaron Dill and Palantir and all these other people who are sponsoring him. That's the only type of investment we're getting, instead of the type of investment that you've been talking about. And it's actually interesting, something you mentioned during that was that, you know, they want to give the grants to like drug addicts and whatever. And we talk about this on the show all the time, where it's like the left is this coalition between professional managerial class people, people with degrees, with NGO jobs, and like criminal elements of, you know, convicts and migrants, and it's those two people working together to siphon as much as they can out of the public coffers. And this seems like a perfect example of that.
Yeah, it's sad to say, but like right now, you're exactly right about the left. And that's something I feel so sad about. It's like, okay, wait a minute. You guys were supposed to care about the environment and like people that are all different kinds of education. I just spent the last 11 years of my life mentoring and not getting paid, like helping get the scholarship funding so students can do the program of every different color and background and sexuality and stuff. The left's not helping.
Right.
Screw them. You know, no offense, but like that. And then it's funny because like I think the vast majority of every donor of anybody that's ever helped Genius Garage have all been conservative.
Yeah. And then on the left, the people who are funding that thing that you're describing are always going to be tech, defense, pharma, and finance. And who's a perfect amalgamation of that is Vivek.
Vivek is
Arendelle, Palantir, the pharma rug pulls. It's like,
and that's what we see on the right now. Like, it's like, oh my god. It's the same thing with the car too. Like an environmentally friendly car. It's one guy doing this. It's affordable. It's like, but you guys want EVs led by people that have no of your best interest in mind. Like, I'm sorry about, but you guys, you're not even. But like on the right, exactly what you said. Big pharma, big tech. When Vivek was talking about,
we're just getting a lot of pixels.
Ohio River Valley could be Silicon Valley. I'm kind of laughing at that back because
he's like, yeah, we can import all of my cousins here, just like Silicon Valley.
Yeah.
Well, you're not joking. That's the thing, and I'll mention that in a sec. But like, I realize that's just code for I'm just here to facilitate shoving data centers up your tailpipe. You have to subsidize the cost through massive electricity bills. It creates basically no jobs. There's no product, and you want tax abatements while you destroy our land and sap all of our fresh water from rivers, Lake Erie, and aquifers. How about no?
Yeah, ask people in Cleveland if they want to turn Cleveland into San Francisco. I don't think it's going to be a very popular proposition.
No, and then the other thing, the H-1B things, that's more of a federal issue, of course, but I'm not for it, because you get somebody like Vivek or other politicians saying we don't have the people with the skills or the talent or the education here to do that, so we need to import literally cheap Indian labor, 70% of the rest from China.
Miss me with that.
Yeah, it's very distasteful.
Outcompete all of the jobs here just by virtue of taking away any jobs anybody can get, like by flipping. And then they'll work for less money, so the corporations and billionaires profit hundreds of millions of dollars, and then you destroy the job market for the people who are now being competed by foreign nationals. What the actual F?
It's actually,
it's sick.
It's deeply pernicious in this other way too, because what we're seeing a lot is very performative ICE stuff going on in Minneapolis and stuff like that. So they're kind of putting on a show of saying we're getting rid of the low wage, migrant from Central and South America. They're not really. I wish they were, but they're not actually.
But yeah, so far my initial assessment is, I like this. I like what Casey's saying. I like that he has a technical background and he understands the product, which in this case, the automotive industry. I guess he also said he was involved in aircraft as well, right? I like that. I like that he understands how to make stuff. I think that's really crucial because a lot of politicians don't know how things work. They don't understand how much goes into building stuff. And I think that can be hard to communicate to people who don't work in industry. And so having somebody like Casey who's worked in industry, who has that experience, he is an engineer, an entrepreneur. I think those are very valuable skill sets, specifically for a state like Ohio, where it's not like the finance capital of America. It would be a lot of this sort of, it's flyover country. Kind of manufacturing would be most of like their GDP, less so like services and finance. And so I think he's a good fit for, I think, what Ohio needs and what Ohio is about. Not only because he's, an actual Ohioan, unlike Vivek Ramaswamy, but, so far it seems like he gets it. He gets it on everything, as far as I can tell, that really matters. That's really pertinent to Ohio. Jobs, economy, the infrastructure, and supply chains. So far, I'm impressed. I like this case. He seems authentic. On like a more on like an analysis of his like mannerisms, like it doesn't, to me this seems very genuine. I'm not seeing a lot of like focus group tested mannerisms. Like you'll see like politicians that love to do this and this. It doesn't seem like he's just going into recollection mode and he's got his pre-prepared bullet point list of rhetoric that he's going to. Like he's expanding on his ideas. He's talking in a very candid manner. And to me, that gives authenticity. That gives authenticity. And I think an understanding of the problem that I think a lot of people you can't feign it, I don't think. Nobody's on the money. Look, we have the talent here in America. We always have. That's how we became such an incredible country. It's our people. That's our number one superpower, is the people that live here, not the visa workers, not the foreign cheap labor. It's the people. It's the American people. And so him as an Ohioan, he gets it. Like it's about the Ohioans. Am I saying that right? Ohioans. I'm not from Ohio, so no, he seems very genuine. Very genuine. And it, look, it's true. It's like even geopolitically, it doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, so we're trying to position ourselves against China. We're trying to constrain China and limit their economic power. Yet we're taking in hundreds of thousands of their students and embedding them in our sensitive tech sectors, putting them in direct contact with our intellectual properties. And we're going to act surprised when BYD comes out with a car that looks exactly like a Tesla Model 3. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing exactly? We're going to give them access to sensitive engineering data. And you might say, well, maybe that puts leverage on them because now their economy, like, is... It really, that's not a good argument, but maybe somebody could say that because they have so many people working here in America that we're sort of cleaving their talent pool in half, splitting them. We're trying to deny them access to their high performing talent by scalping them and bringing them here. But I don't think that's a good argument because these people, their entire families still live in China. They're Chinese at heart. Or like if push came to shove, which country do we think they would align with? These people who their first language is like Mandarin or Cantonese, and all their family lives in. Are they going to side with America all of a sudden? And you don't have to. You just do like a basic survey of a lot of these foreign workers, and you ask them like what their game plan is, and most of them say like, yeah, like I'm here for money. I'm here to make money. That's literally it. They don't give a shit about America. They don't care. And so push came to shove, especially if like the Chinese government themselves said, hey, you sabotage this, you leak some information there, we'll pay you $500,000. It's like, what the fuck do they care? Yeah, $500,000 and a plane ticket, back to China. Yeah, like a lot of these Chinese nationals would take that deal. So it's clearly a national security risk, and it's screwing over the American labor market. So it's like the worst of both worlds. The only people that obviously benefit from this are the the financiers that get their cheap foreign labor. That's it. Ohioans, the last of the Ohio. Oh, nice, great, yeah. You guys are talking fucking engines. It's like, you guys might as well be speaking like alien speak. I don't know anything about cars. About engines and shit. He's just a guy who wants change, W. Replacing rod bearings every 60k miles doesn't sound fun, plus I can't afford that much. Sure, if you can't wrench/weld cars, cars get real expensive. Well, Smelly can weld. But I think it's the parts more so that are expensive. Yeah. Those parts do get expensive. Like any like precision machined part is of like a specific material is going to be expensive.
It's a lot of performance.
Like go to Grainger. Go to Grainger and like look up like a stainless steel like pipe fitting, and you'll be surprised at how expensive it is.
But what about the Indian making $67,000 a year who took the job?
Exactly. Those are the people that are competing for decent middle-class jobs that pull people out of destitution into the middle class, and now you're competing with the entire global south for it. It's actually more dangerous and more pernicious for our economy than floating.
This is all rhetoric we all agree with.
The country with cheap, fruit pickers.
Yep.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. It undermines in every way, shape, and form. And I think we see, at state level, obviously that's what I'm running for, but federal level too, across the board. It seems like all politicians and billionaires just find new ways.
It's the labor really. Well, the regular wear parts are not too expensive. Oh, well, I thought you guys were working on this yourselves, no? Isn't that like half the fun of like being into cars is that like you work on it yourself?
Ways to completely undercut, sell out everybody's future, forget about, shave some off the top, leverage, create more like fraud, abuse at every level. It's a cancer. And you know, it's funny. I'll tell you this. So I've done a couple interviews of recent that were more mainstream, and it was weird. The second and third one, I said, it's interesting. Your questions are exact same questions in the same order as the last one that I just did.
Oh,
and the first one is like, they try to say, do you identify as a white nationalist? And I'm like, well, I'm white, and
I love my country. Like
your country more than others. So
They asked Nick the same thing. It's a gotcha question.
Got me. They're like, oh, I want to know if you identify as one. I'm like, I identify as a butt guy and a dark guy.
Yeah, I'm not playing your stupid ass game.
Yeah, and then they're like, well, you prefer to go back as an anchor baby. And I'm like,
You do custom fab work and design stuff and so. Oh, nice. In SolidWorks. But yeah, without a shop, it's a real pain in the neck. Sick. I work on all my own cars. I don't have a lift or the specialist tools to do the intensive work. Yeah, that shit gets expensive fast. Like those toolboxes, very expensive. Very expensive. You only worked on rust-free SoCal cars. You feel bad for the Rust Belt boys? Sheesh.
Well,
is he not?
And
is he
and
not?
They're like, do you think that makes him unfit to lead? I'm like, I think that only comes into play when he insults Americans and our heritage.
Exactly. It's an explanation for that. Exactly.
Bro, it's a Christmas. It's like a Christmas tradition at this point in the Ramaswamy household to just like shit on white America. like actually, it's just. It's pretty disgusting.
It's like the reason why he hates Americans and heritage Americans that way is because of this, his own insecurity about his relation vis-a-vis the country.
Being an American.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're exactly right.
He's like a Jew in that regard, man. He sees all these white Christian Americans celebrating the holidays and he's just fucking seething, you know? He sees the heritage Americans celebrating the homecoming game and he's seething. He's seething because he was at the fucking chess club or whatever. He was studying for his spelling bee the next day, fucking nerd. And he was always seen as the outsider. You know, he'll never know what it's like, or he never knew what it was like to like be a part of that, you know? You can tell he just feels like a transplant. This is not his home and he resents that. You like the seed? Yeah, you like how Vivek seeds? Yeah. Disgusting fucking freak. Cars are cheaper in social than they are in SoCal. I gotta move this closer. In SoCal than they are up here in the Bay Area. That's how I know it's the holidays. California doesn't have seasons. True. Yeah, dude. You know, I do kind of miss California. Honestly. Outside of the politics and all that, goated state. It's gotta be the best state. It's honestly, I know I've talked about this before, but it's like it's just overpowered, man. It's got it all. It's got skiing, it's got mountains, it's got enormous forests. You go further east and you get the desert. You know, you go south, you get nice warm heat, dry north. You have some of the best. Man, just some of the most scenic views in the whole country. Maybe even the world. You know? Along that NorCal. Just like south of the Bay Area. South, north, and east of the Bay Area. It's just like... It's like, wow. It's hard to... It's almost like it's not even like a real place. It's like everything looks like a Windows XP screensaver. I mean, that's literally where they took the picture for the Windows XP screensaver, but like, geez, beautiful. Our Olive Speakers audience in California, that's crazy. Lake Tahoe goated, Yosemite goated, Kings Canyon goated. Yeah, dude, it's just honestly, man, we have to liberate California. Crazy. Monsoon season is peak. Yeah, the XP screensaver is up in Marlin County near Napa. Yeah, Marin. I gotta fucking move that closer. Yeah, I'm tired. Okay. That's because we all have AI, we're all bots. Yeah, you're all actually in a San Franciscan super server. Clankers. You heard of the state of Jefferson? Yeah. Beep boop bop.
You know, and I'll be honest, my campaign team is probably watching this going, Casey, like, you need to be like more.
Chill out.
I just want to hang out with you guys. Like, I assume that people watching are like you, and that's what I'm going to do. We're going to hang out. But where I'm going with this is, so Vivek, my assessment, and I don't know, am I just
also, my parents are from Afghanistan, so I give you the pass. You can call me anything you want, sir.
I just call you by name. I'm having a good time, man. So that's funny actually. Anyway, we'll joke around in the garage like dudes together.
Yes, exactly. But one really quick thing that, about this whole distinction about the H-1Bs and whatever is something that we've been noticing a lot on our show is there is a disconnect between America as an empire and America as a nation. And I think a lot of what you represent is the American nation, talking about the people who are here, the industries who are here, the things that make America great versus the things that are good for the American empire, right? So it's like, whether you like whatever's happening in Venezuela or Greenland or whatever the case may be, that's about the American empire. And that's also what the H-1B stuff is about. That is like beneficial from an American imperial standpoint, but it's detrimental to the American nation. Those instances in which those are in conflict are the instances in which we're like, yeah, then we're going to choose the American nation every time.
Well, that's really well said, and I appreciate you saying.
Yeah, I think the way I would sort of frame this is, the American empire ought to serve the American nation. That's typically how it's worked throughout history. When you think of like the Roman Empire, who benefited primarily from the empire was the Romans. So there is a problem, and the obvious reason is because people running the empire are not American. They have no affinity for America, really. But we also, of course, live in an age where you can get the best of both worlds by being this international entity. These people are not nationalists. They cross national boundaries all the time. They're all over the place. They own homes in several countries. They're flying all over the place. They have billions of dollars invested all over. So, and that's a lot of that is a result of globalization. And so these people have found a way to, in their minds, get the best of both worlds by not being beholden to any nation. So, they advocate for policy, of course, that benefits them first and foremost. I don't know if I love the idea of necessarily putting the empire and the nation in direct conflict like that. I don't know if that's the proper dichotomy. It's close because the American people and they're still interlinked. They're still attached at the hip. I don't know exactly how to describe it, but I guess maybe looking at it through the lens of like, hate this, but like maybe from like a class lens, like the American elite, so to speak, the international elite, benefit from this empire they've embedded themselves in. It's just right now the resources are just not being, they're being diverted from the American people, and so it's not really suiting our interests. Yeah. This kid is focused. Gay Tuscan Raider. Yeah, I mean, look, he's never tried to hide that. Yeah, he is a second-gen immigrant, Muslim, gay, whose parents originated from Afghanistan. So that's kind of an L. But hey, he's got good takes. So he's weird ally of America first, but ostensibly he is an ally, which is weird. You have to wonder, like, with who Benny and Basil are. I think Benny's gay too. What is like their angle? You know what I mean? Knowing what America First is about and how it is kind of diametrically opposed to what Basil is. I don't know, like I don't know exactly how to read into that. What is, what does he get out of this himself personally? Because if America First wins, then there'll be a lot fewer people like Basil in the country. Maybe that is a testament to like his character, or the fact that we have the truth on our side. Maybe that is the case, where when we argue about these things that are good for Americans in America, it's true and we're right. Maybe he does find that compelling enough to hop on this ship. And maybe it's also true that he can recognize how the balkanization of America, really through this growing diversity, is just not a good thing for anybody that is already here, straight up. Unless you're like flooding in a country, like even if you're like Indian, in a sort of roundabout way, unless you're like really the beneficiary of a lot of this nepotism, the enshittification of America doesn't benefit you, because these Indians want to come here because it's a country that's functional, and because it's a functional country, it was made that way because of the white people that made it such. So if you were white people, you know, sort of by nature, it will just be less prosperous, and you're in that boat. It's sort of like a balancing act for a lot of these like minorities. It's like you benefit from the tribalism, but too much of the tribalism will destroy the host, you know? Too much parasitic opportunism just kills the host, and that's not good for you. So maybe it's something like that. And I'm not calling Basil a parasite necessarily, you know, but you get my point. And that's sort of like my appeal to a lot of like minorities that are not white, or not even Christian, or not even straight. In the case of Basil, it's like, look, you know, as this country becomes more diverse, it will become less functional, less prosperous, more dangerous. So maybe that's the angle, really. He just recognizes that. Who knows exactly? I haven't heard his explanation for that. Up a lot of BMWs. That's what millions, billions, you can go anywhere. We don't want to turn into Zimbabwe? No, we don't. Like, you have all these billionaires like building bunkers in fucking New Zealand, you know? It's like they are insulated from the problems of being constrained to a single nation, you know? When you have that much money, influence, you have all these options. You don't play by the same rules. You know, you have enough money to like influence politics in countries. Like, you think about the world in a very different way when you're that powerful and that influential. When you can just win an election, you can just pay for an election and shape the policy of the candidates, you know? Us, like, plebeians, like, we are handed two options, 6-7, and are told to pick from these two options. But these billionaires, they don't look at it that way. They're like, okay, well, what are my options here to best influence politics? And they'll find a candidate that will best represent their interests, and they'll create their whole campaign and their whole platform, and they'll fund the think tanks to write all of the proposed legislation and the policy and whatnot. Like, they have the resources to do that. So.
And honestly, perhaps from your vantage point and background and family background, like I give you a lot of credit for saying that, because you have more of a perspective than some of the Americans that maybe weren't too in the game.
You hear that, guys? You hear that?
You see that? That white man loves me.
Like, I know how to look at things from other people's perspective and have empathy and even like self-assess. I think that's how we grow. Like, how do you not do that?
Well, the thing about becoming an American is that you leave those old world ties behind, right? I don't want to bring all of my cousins here, and I don't want us to be, you know, expelling blood and treasure to try to make Afghanistan a democracy. I was born here. This is where my roots are shallow, but
wait, you don't want Sharia law?
Based. And that is the best take. Like, that is like the appeal to a lot of these like second, third, whatever generation immigrants, is you got to leave all that behind. This is the correct take. This is the best take. This is how minorities and immigrants should be thinking. You know, they're not coming here to like terraform America into India or wherever they came from. They're leaving that behind and they assimilate. That's what it's all about. That's the gold standard. What Basil just said is how we want all of these immigrants to think and to behave. But clearly, Basil's in a minority of that thinking. And realistically, only so much of that is really possible, because if you let in enough people and you're no longer letting in just the exception to the rule, then just through their own genetics, through their own behavior, the places they inhabit will reflect the places they came from. They will resemble the places they came from. Just really, even despite their better efforts not to, because it's you can't beat genetics, and that you just can't outrun it. So yeah, W Basil.
Well, the women are acting crazy these days.
Yeah, so American is a people versus an empire. The scary thing about the empire, I understand world stage, I understand all that, but to what end?
Right.
You know, the American people, it is blood and soil. I got generations going back. We don't need to talk about this right now. If you see a folded flag on the wall,
absolutely.
I didn't buy that at a flea market. Okay, there's pictures of people flying jets in the past and doing.
Is that an M1?
Right. What side did the Ramaswamis fight in the Civil War?
Yeah.
Which side were they on? The Confederates, the Union?
You know, that's why it's like, look, you know what Basil said. You know, he's an American. His roots are shallow, but he's an American. You know, there's like a certain humility that's I think required. It's demanded of these immigrants. And somebody like Vivek, or a lot of these Indians that are coming over here, and they're going to now declare, like Mehdi Hassan is the worst offender, first generation immigrant who comes and he's going to declare he's more American than people who have been here for generations. It's like, who the fuck do you think you are? That's like the most egregious example, man. It's just like, we cannot let these people exist in our country. They need to be kicked out. That's not good for cohesion. And if anything, we don't even really have to explain ourselves why. Like, that's the thing. You don't have to explain yourself to these people that are coming over in droves, that are declaring that they're better than you, why you don't want them here. You really don't even owe them an explanation. It's your home. You can kick people out of your home that you don't want in your home. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't. So they've got it all fucking twisted when, like, Mehdi Hassan is he's gonna pull out his pocket constitution. He's gonna talk about what the founding fathers intended. It's like, yeah, we don't care what you have to say. Actually, it really doesn't matter what your argument is. It matters who you are at this point. And we don't have to entertain that conversation. That's not me like saying that we should censor people, or, you know, that of course they'll say that, but it's just true. Like, you don't owe these people shit. Don't forget that. We're Americans, damn it. Casey did a video with his World War II Gramps. Made you tear up. Yeah, man, real American. Real America. That's real America right there. You know, one of my grandfathers, he served in World War II. The other served in Korea. It's like, look, man. Well, where was Vivek's family during all of that? What were they doing? Okay. Like, watch who you're fucking speaking to, pal. Where these people are insufferable. All these people coming here, and it's like, you know, like, for what purpose even? Like, you know, most of these jobs aren't going to exist in 10 years anyway with AI and automation. Even Alex Karp said that of Palantir. He said, you know, this might be a bad idea. Actually, he just came out and said that, like, with AI and automation, this might be a bit of a vulnerability, bringing all of these migrants over for cheap labor. Oh, you think? You think? So now we're taking on all of the risk, all of the negatives, but getting none of the benefit from mass migration.
Anyway. Yeah, I know. When my granddad was like laying on the beach in Okinawa World War II, his brother.
He's like, quick, help my buddy Ramaswamy.
Sorry, I got the chapati for you.
Sorry, I mean, like, it is what it is.
Yeah.
But I actually did have two, because the thing is, a lot of the stuff with the immigration and with you know, the EPA stuff, that is federal, right? So there is a disconnect in what you'll be able to affect as a governor. But one thing that is in your control is, would you be open and okay with appointing, like, I don't know how it works in Ohio, excuse me if this is stupid, but appointing an attorney general, for example, or, you know, a state attorney that is okay with being sued, right? Because you're not going to be able to affect, for example, you know, the Civil Rights Act based censorship regime, right? But if you put in policies that are obviously in contradiction to the federal level, you're going to get suits, and who knows, maybe it'll be an Ohio state case that goes up to the Supreme Court to start working our way around these types of things.
Yeah, that is kind of the hope, that, you know, you do stuff and you have a competent legal team that can really be the buttress to all the attacks that you're going to come under. If anything, just to buy yourself time. That's kind of the level, that's where we're at right now. Like, let's say Casey wins, he gets a competent legal team to protect himself from all of the lawsuits that are no doubt going to come in and try to take him down. Meanwhile, he continues to act and he continues to pursue policy that like protects American workers and manufacturing and like eliminates all of these visa holders, for example. That's kind of like, we just need to get shit done and buy ourselves some time. So. And I hope you understand, like, because they will come after him 100%. And so if he does win and at this point he seems like the best candidate, certainly better than Vivek, then I hope he's ready for the kind of pressure he'll be under. And obviously, I hope he understands that the people that matter, the opinions that matter are the people he's representing, you know? Do things that are in the best interests of the Ohioans. Ohioans. Fuck. A silly state. Silly state. Because you could argue that's one of Trump's Achilles heels. That he just cares too much about what people say. Particularly like, you know, the New York Times, these East Coast elite. You kind of have to be willing to be unpopular among certain groups. We'll see. Ohikans, yeah, the Ohikans.
And a fair number of questions here relating to specific details across the board. You know, I think it's fair to say, in general, in life, I think we shall comport ourselves in a way to not get sued.
Fair, very fair.
True.
I try to live a respectful, reasonable, and generally...
And, you know, individual capacities, right? In our individual capacities.
I would like to see that from people in government. Maybe that's me being way too idealistic, of course. But, you know, obviously working within the Constitution, state Constitution, within what is right, lawful, and ethical, you know, that's important. And then when it comes to things that are not in the best interest of the people of Ohio, because at the end of the day, a state is just the people. Mm-hmm. You know, and if we're being wrong to the people or we're selling them out for things that are greater, that are of their interests are global or outside of the state, then we're literally just destroying our state.
Yeah, like what are we doing at that point? Okay, yeah. I have one more kind of technical electoral question, right? Which is to say, who is the Casey Putsch voter in the primary, right? So, because I mean, we're going to obviously be rah-rah-rahing you the whole time, but it's like, are we talking to the wine moms? We love to talk to the suburban wine moms, but it's like, is that who we're talking to? Are we talking to like?
Have another podcast. Like you guys are like, I mean, like
you gotta check out the show. It's great. You'll love it.
It's a really fun podcast. Like,
yeah.
I'm like, I should probably not be this casual. Like,
no.
Get the wine moms on.
Yeah, no, we love the wine moms. It's like, oh, are we talking to the wine moms? Are we talking to the under 40 American man? Are we talking? Because we could talk to all of them.
Are we talking to the Dodge Ram with the Cummins shutting out?
So true, so true. I have no idea what any of that means. He's the best one.
This is one of the best questions anybody's asked me so far.
Let's go. You hear that?
Take credit for that. No, seriously, take credit for it. There isn't one specific voter. There just isn't, because, you know, why am I here? I'm representing first and foremost the people of Ohio in our best interest, and that's everything. It's from like right to repair, like.
Right to repair. Yeah, right to repair is so important.
Car guys and farmers can build a business and innovate. The government.
Wow, I'm surprised you brought up right to repair. That's, you know, we're all affected by that one.
I'm not doing that. Like, you know, I'm not here to put the brakes.
When was the last time you heard like a politician talk about right to repair? That's a kind of a deep pull, honestly. But yes, right to repair is nice. All of this like forced obsolescence is bullshit, man.
Innovation in the future. Yeah, we're kind of stuck with data centers. We're probably gonna get more, but why can't we do it in a way that's a net gain for Ohio in the future rather than net loss? So I'm not somebody that's putting the brakes on.
We're not Luddites here. We're not Luddites. Well, that is a little bit of a Luddite.
We need to do it in a way that's in the best interest
exactly.
of the people. That's not what we're doing. You know, there are, you know, I'm traditional in many ways. Like, I have a 3-year-old daughter. I have a bun in the oven and
that's
a nice wife.
Hey,
that's why, look, I'm liking this guy more and more. That's a deep pull. That is a deep pull. And it's one that literally affects all of us, okay? Like, Apple is one of the worst offenders of this. Like, if you have, like, an Apple phone, you know, you've probably felt this at some point. Like, if you've ever, like, cracked your screen or whatever, and you're like, I gotta pay how much to get this replaced? Yeah, no, that's a big one. That's just, like... That's how you know... That's, I think, a really big green flag. Like, that's That to me is a big sign that he's legit, that he knows what he's talking about and he cares. If you're bringing up right to repair when no one else fucking brought that up, no, but this was not like he was not pigeonholed into, he was not ambushed. He brought that up himself, like offhanded too. Like I don't think that's a huge part of his like platform. That's like a really good sign, actually. That's a really good sign because, yeah, most politicians don't even know what the hell that is, frankly. Wow. W.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, I think it's important for people to be able to afford a freaking home,
Mhm.
say it that way.
Yeah.
You know? And that goes from like alleviating property tax, especially for
Fix it,
older people,
nice.
but stopping corporations and private equity from buying mass amounts of private homes and making them so nobody can afford them.
Yeah, a new part for $4 and fixed it yourself. Yeah, real, dude. Fucking real. So, W, man. I think he's I mean, look, he's got the watch bench behind him. He has the track record. He has the resume. I think so far, he's the real deal. Told you he's a Wang half. Yeah.
Acceptable. If you can't afford a home, like how can we even be Americans or people and have a community or a future?
Just as much as driving your gasoline car is part of being American, owning your own home is that white picket fence. That
his battle specifically, he's gonna need really good advisors. I don't want to speak too much in specifics, but you know, in like some local elections or like I'll just say like in certain like governor elections, gubernatorial, however you want to pronounce it, in like Illinois, I've seen good candidates that just make really like genuine people get really bad advice and make bad decisions as a result, choosing very bad personnel. Kind of what we assumed like Trump was. He's like, seems like a genuine actor, but he just gets really bad advice and just brings in the wrong people. Personnel is crucial. It's really, in a way, it's almost more important than the politician himself, but he's got to surround himself with real patriots. And I think for him, that's going to be the real battle. He can't get lost in the sauce. You know, white women going to be his biggest problem? Real. Probably, yeah. Probably. I don't know what the demographics of Ohio look like, though. Isn't like 70% white, 80% white? I don't even know. It's not the most, let's be honest, it's not the most like relevant state. But I mean, it could be after this election, we'll see. Depending on kind of industry they have planned for it. I don't know. I actually don't know if white women will be the biggest problem. The young ones will be. But I think in a lot of states like Ohio, they're more conservative than the national average, just women in general, white women in general. Don't quote me on that, but I think as far as he's concerned, I mean, a lot of the problem is going to be the enormous war chests of his opposition that will just try to like bury him. You know, they'll just try to have the bigger megaphone. So 76% white. So that was pretty close. I said, what did I say? 70, 80? 6M. 57 to 58% of women are voters in Ohio. Well, somebody look up their voting record in Ohio, how they voted in the last election. Because I guarantee you, like obviously it's probably fair to say that like white women from like New York are probably a lot more liberal than like flyover country. It doesn't actually matter. You have an unpaid speeding ticket in Ohio from 6 years ago? That's crazy. Yeah, what are they gonna do? What are they gonna do? They're gonna fly all the way to California?
ideal is something that it is ingrained in us.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and it should be. It's a good life. It's a good thing to have. You know, it's something that we're taught or we know has been possible for our history. So it's like, why is it something that we're told is an impossibility for our future?
Combination of gasoline car and diesel truck. I need to have
so
both.
true.
We just need to objectively do what's in the best interest of people.
Yes. So true.
Not just because politicians want all the power, or billionaires, and corporations. So it's like, okay, there's going to be politicians. Like, you got a job, great. Can we just not turn you into a swamp creature? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it's like, okay, you're a billionaire. Like, do you need a hobby? Like, what do you
Well,
do?
there's not much you could do to Vivek to make him not look like a swamp creature.
Oh, come on. We can't. They're going to write the article now. They're going to write the article.
No.
They're going to write plenty of articles already.
Yeah.
I mean,
True. Vivek is a sub-5 subhuman. That is true. That is true. That's a fair point. That's a fair point. Who mogs who? That Casey clearly has the advantage. That's a Wang half right there. Peep the jawline. Real.
Going back to that, I'm a First Amendment absolutist. Like,
absolutely.
Trump won 50% to Harris 49% of white women. Yeah, see? I'm saying, not all white women across the board are the same in America. I know we generalize, but in a state election, it does matter. And I think the Mog question is going to work against Vivek. I think as far as white women are concerned, they are repulsed by Indian men, and they are going to choose the based Aryan Chad over the fucking hideous, deformed sub-5. So
that includes everything, whether you like it or not. Okay.
Totally.
It's freedom of speech, not freedom of not getting your feelings hurt. Sorry, not sorry.
See, this is actually why I asked you about that whole civil rights thing with the state attorneys general, is because the way that we view it here is we are absolutely.
It was 56 to 43. The white women in Ohio did better than expected. Based. I think white women in America. I think if only white women voted, I think it would still be a majority red country. I think it's like, what, 37 to 13 or something? The old data, it might be different, but because it's really just white people in general that are more, and I could be wrong on that, but this is all memory from a few years ago. It's white people that are holding on to, the Republicans, so right-wing politics. It's like, it really is like the major turnouts for the Democrats are minorities. So, but either way, whites were based in Ohio. True. Men were 64 to 36, no contest for white men. True. Yeah, and with people becoming more racist, especially against Indians, I think it's going to be tough for Vivek to walk into Ohio, a 76% white state, and all you have to fucking do is put up his tweets on billboards on the highway. It's literally all you have to fucking do, and just piss off all the white people. So Casey should do well. I think he will. The question is, can he beat that war chest? It's going to be a big question. So he's got the people, he's got the identity, he's got the background, he's got the rhetoric, but he doesn't quite have the institutional funding. So not racist, knowing or noticing, just straight up physiognomy check, I would just play Vivek Ramaswamy's greatest holiday hits. That's literally all you have to do. Let him, just hang him by his own tweets, man. So Vivek, what did you say what did you mean in this tweet when you called Americans stupid and lazy? What did you mean by that exactly? What did you mean by that? Vivek is his own worst enemy because he can't contain his contempt for America, for white people, for Christians. It's like just beneath those pearly white veneers is a seething contempt for white Christian America. Straight up. He can barely contain it. That's what the Democrats are doing. True. How are they going to go after Casey Putsch? How are the Democrats going to go after Casey Putsch? And look, maybe they think Casey is the weaker candidate because he has less institutional funding, but optically he's far above and away I think, the best candidate for the state. We'll see how the women vote when it's a female candidate, because I think the front runner is, what's her name, Amy, for the Democrats. She's some Jewish woman. So we'll see how they respond to that. But look, even if a Democrat wins, that is preferred to Vivek. That is 100. I would take a Jewish woman over Vivek, particularly because she's a Democrat. We can't signal to our own party, right, the Republican Party, that's more proximate to us than the Democrats, that this strategy wins. That cannot happen. So it's really, what's most important is not so much that, like, you know, Casey wins per se, but it's that Vivek loses. Yeah, so I didn't mean nothing. I love America. Like, he'll find some way to make it like, I know it. I can predict how he'll spin it. You know, I can predict exactly how he'll spin it. He'll say, but is it bad that I want America and Americans to be more productive or whatever? Is it bad that I want Americans to be the best versions of themselves? That's how I think he'll pivot. Do you disagree with me that it would be that we have that? But he would spin it as a positive, obviously. But that's where you just have to say, look, buddy, you are not like us. You are not American. And it's really, our criticisms are for us to criticize internally, not you. So, we can go and criticize the sporting events. We can criticize the consumer culture. You cannot. You know, it's like when you're having like a family feud or something, and somebody tries to, like, some person that's not in the family tries to come in and butt in and weigh their opinions. Like, who are you? This is family business, you know? It's exactly what it's like. This guy butting himself into the conversation. Like, okay, we are allowed to talk amongst ourselves. You are not. You're not a part of the conversation. It's like, well, I think you get it. Yeah, Amy Acton. Her early life has been cleaned up on Wikipedia, but she's, yeah, I know she's Jewish. Yeah.
Free speech absolutists here, right? But the thing that most encroaches on that is the Civil Rights Act, actually, and how it infects workplaces through HR departments, schools through Title IX offices, online discourse through terms of service. All of those things are fundamentally based in the Civil Rights Act. So, the reason why I asked it was not to say, oh, we're going to violate the Constitution, but to say that we are prepared to defend the First Amendment, and then when the state does get sued, that we are going to fully defend it up through the Supreme Court.
Yeah, I will fully defend the right to freedom of speech with my life. And that's a thing that you see across the board in politics at any level, as well as corporations, any powerful interest. Even if they can't attack it directly, they find other ways.
Absolutely.
Same effect.
It's crazy here in the Bay Area, all the young Indian guys become potheads and they shit on India every chance they get. Their parents super disappointed. That is true, dude. Second generation Indians are way better than first gen. Because you also have to remember, the Indians coming over in like the 70s and 80s were like, I think obviously were of a higher caliber than the ones coming over now. I say that because like the Indian friends I have my age are like stand-up guys. Like they're way better than these other Indians coming over. Yeah, like I have like one Indian friend. He dresses super sharply. Yeah, he is kind of a pothead, you know. But yeah, he just like is so embarrassed by India. Has such like he's like a frat guy. He's trying very hard to be white, and I'm like, man, I feel for you. But yeah, you know, it's real, man, real. A self-aware Indian is the saddest thing ever. True. But you know what, man? It's like that's where you have the opportunity to reinvent, you know, Indian hyphen American or American Indian, whatever, however you want to structure that. You know, you can represent your people in the best way possible. It's sort of like a self-aware black guy, you know, that knows like, okay, you can't trust these, you know, can't trust these N-words, like Tenrio, for example, you know. It's like that's like step one. Whenever you're trying to like reinvent a culture or like better a culture, it starts with honesty, and it can be painful sometimes. But when you think about what's best for like a specific like minority community, it's like, yeah, you kind of have to start with honesty, and it's gonna take some criticism, some inward criticism, in order to start making things better. So like let's take the Black community for example. Like they need good role models. They need smart, articulate Black men that are gonna shit all over, the like low IQ, violent ghetto culture. You know what I'm saying? And there can be no quarter in that regard. In that sense, like you have to police your own harder than everyone else. Because if you want what's best, if you want your people to pursue excellence, then you kind of have to really, you kind of have to be the one pushing for that from within. That's why that's like one of the, and I think whites do this, but they probably take it too far. White people shit on like wiggers and trailer trash all the time. And it's at the point where white people, they're too apologetic and they're too self-loathing. It's sort of like you can't hate yourself and your history and your culture. It's more so like you want to be the best version of your people that you can possibly be. The most functional, the most professional, the most successful, the most intelligent, the best behaved. It's, just exuding excellence to the best of your capabilities. And that takes, it starts with honesty, but it definitely takes proper leadership and mentorship too. So, Nayland Haley's going back. Yeah. He's also kind of astroturfed. West Coast, best coast, true. In the Bay Area, we have people of every background that are potheads. There are 80% of them listen to hip hop, so they all get along pretty easily. Funny that, just they're all sort of like coalescing around the lowest common denominator.
And that's the biggest problem in government in general with everything that's like waste, fraud, abuse, etc. It's just all these clever, diabolical people that don't have our best interest in mind, finding ways to attack all of our rights, whether they have to go directly or not.
Right. So
that recognizing that understanding is that. So answering your question specifically, a Casey Push voter is anybody. It's young people that want to tomorrow be able to afford a home and have actually the opportunity to get a job. It's families. It's women that want to raise kids. It's literally everybody. Obviously I'm a Republican, but I care. I care about us having equal rights.
We're not hateful. We love everybody. Like, yeah.
True. Yeah. So, and I know that the divide between left and right, and I don't even want to go into the details. We know what it is, especially in the last 5 years. Political interests, oftentimes outside of the United States, are trying to divide us all socially. And that's
so true.
Absurd. It's sick. I don't care. We're all people. We're all Ohioans at the end of the day, and I think in general we all share all the same basic traits of being a human.
So true.
God bless Ohio.
Listen, I'm a horrible sinner, but we are all believers here. We are all very strict believers in we are all equal in the eyes of God. We all have equal value. Like, we're all humans, totally. And that's what they want to do. They want to present it as though we hate. The lowest thing you could do is to hate your neighbor, right? We love our neighbors. The whole reason why we are interested in any of this is because we love our neighbors in our neighborhoods and we want it to be better for all of us. And I think what you were saying about, the Casey Push voter is pretty much anyone who cares about those things. I think it goes back to what we were saying at the top, where it's like the Democratic opponent is picking up on the same anti-neighborly rhetoric of Vivek, where it's like, I hate my neighbor because he's too much like Saved by the Bell and he doesn't go to a Kumon school or whatever the case may be.
They didn't take piano lessons.
Right, and play with his bare feet.
Vivek's issue is actually worse and deeper than that. So he had his Christmas crash out like a year ago.
Second year in a row, actually.
Right, second year. Well, the first one, and okay, let's be honest. I don't think any of us watching or currently in this podcast right now has not said something dumb. Okay?
we have a sizzle reel. We have a promo reel of the dumb shit we say.
I'm sure they're making them mine right now. But the thing is, Vivek shows actual contempt for him.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's exactly.
He's a mean, vindictive little nerd that never fit in, and that's what shows. And so he writes that op-ed article in the New York Times.
Ugh.
It was originally entitled "What is an American?"
Yeah.
I know that because I did a response video that says "I'm American, loser."
Got his ass.
But
left no crumbs.
He changed the title to be something against like Nick Fuentes and Groyper.
Right.
Yeah.
Because they have to
Groyper curse, bitch. Groyper, because that rhetoric doesn't work anymore. That rhetoric, this like anyone that touches American soil just becomes an American. That shit, that's not flying anymore. He got called out for that.
package it, because all he was basically saying, if you don't like me because I suck as a politician and my track record in terms of obviously not caring about Ohio, then you're racist. It's like,
Where have we heard that before?
Bullied off Twitter, by the way.
Bullied off Twitter. Bullied off Twitter.
Are you like, Vivek, dude, you picked the wrong party. Obviously, you're a leftist and you hate us all. Just go there.
Yeah.
Just go there.
Well,
you know?
we've talked about this before, which is like these people who sponsor Vivek, like a Jeff Yass, like a David Sachs, like a Mark Andreessen, like a Peter Thiel, like a Paul Berlucky, all these people were leftists until 2024. They only jumped ship after COVID.
True.
You know?
Very true. This goes on. That's what people don't realize. These people are all leftists, and they did this just because I think that was the easiest place for them.
Yeah,
to
everyone got tired of quote unquote woke.
The bag was.
Yeah, exactly. They saw the.
Oh, like I said, like these people, these billionaires, they're not principled. It's all strategy. It's all a matter of opportunity. They saw the opportunity to glom onto the right wing to pursue their political interests. Never forget that. Like Mark Zuckerberg didn't suddenly become based because he started dressing more casually, got a better haircut, hired like a PR team to fix his image, and started like hanging out with Trump. Like we didn't win him over with better arguments. Like that's such like a goyish mindset. Gotta think how they think. When you have that kind of pull, the world just looks so different to you.
Bag was with the Republicans and they went there, but it's like fundamentally there's still, you know, Silicon Valley transhumanist mass immigration blah 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 bullshit, but with just an R next to their name, and it's like fuck that.
Yeah, no thank you.
Right, like let's look at this objectively. Okay, let's pretend my granddad was here, right? Like he's a conservative guy, loves America, loves his family, like not actually racist like they're trying to be. You know what I mean? Like good dude. Good solid dude, like Dr. Optometry.
Well, again, when it comes to like the whole racist question, it's just like, dude, whenever somebody calls you racist, just remember it's coming from somebody like Vivek that hates you and just wants your shit. You know, it's coming from people that just straight up fucking hate you. So who fucking cares? You know, when all these like foreigners call you racist, it's just like, yeah, opinion discarded.
Went to Ohio State on the GI Bill, married his high school sweetheart, married for 74 years.
What a classic American.
I love it.
Dude, classic American. You know, my mentor and role model in so many ways, and you know, got me interested in politics. Okay.
I could see him driving a split window Corvette.
Yes. So actually, he would joke around. He liked Mercedes, you know.
Really?
Oh, Mercedes. He's actually proud. I love that for him.
Hey, I love the diesel Mercedes, like a W123 chassis. Those things are sick. 80s, right? Yeah, 75 to 84, whatever.
Okay, yeah.
Did you have Hispanic
one from like the
easily?
late 80s, early 90s that he really loved.
Nice.
He also had a 190 way back in the day.
Vivek and his mom are literally criminals, dude. And it's not. His like whole fucking family was investing in this. They're all fucking criminals. Even before that, he was like at his little investment firm. He was beating Congress. He had insane returns on his investment. So you're telling me Vivek is also like this genius level? He's beating the best minds on Wall Street as well? Or is it more likely he's doing some kind of insider trading? So like the formal rug pull is just like the icing on the cake, really, man. The guy is just a serial scam artist and should be in fucking like Gitmo. Don't even deport him, bro. Put him in fucking Guantanamo Bay. Put him in a CIA black site. Put him in a box, never to be seen ever again. Never see the light of day again. That's what he fucking deserves. Yeah, fuck deporting him, man. Make an example out of him.
Nice.
I'll tell you this little story. It was funny because like when I was a kid, and I don't know.
It's really insane how much fraud, how much of this bullshit we're really putting up with. It's absolutely insane. What is the Indian version of Lex Luthor? I don't think there is none because they can't be that competent.
I'm not sure at school.
Lex Luthor's too competent, man.
The Germans were our enemy. Like, why did you drive a Mercedes? You know,
like Lex Luthor has like this like mega corporation made of like steel, and he's like this gigabrain 600 IQ. It's like the Indian version will just have like a 7-Eleven chain. It's like not really like the wrong supervillain, you know?
He's like, it's a great car. The Germans know how to engineer.
Yeah.
And then
Listen,
later,
quality's quality.
Yeah.
Right.
Those bank vault doors.
Those damn crowds make a good car.
Nobody, it gets on, like, so he was in the Pacific, right? And then he loved his Japanese cars afterward. And I'm like,
oh, yeah.
And then he would love that. And he would always love to get, like, proper Japanese rice and cook it, my grandfather, and go to, like, Japanese markets and stuff. I'm like, for a man that like
8 to 12 better than 7 left 6 7.
Like old racist man, he's really cool. He's really cool, and he actually fought. Like his friends were killed by
Raj Kilvish is their Lex Luthor. It's one of those things where I honestly wish I didn't know that. I was happier when I was more ignorant. I don't know who that is. I don't even care. Just the name Tamraj Kilvish has ever so slightly decreased my mood. I'm in a slightly worse mood after you telling me that, Hippo. I just want you to know that.
the people
Exactly.
who are right now. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's because it's this
Spiking my
caricature of racism
cortisol.
where you hate everyone, really. But really, what it is, it's like, if you have a heritage that you're proud of, you're free to engage with the world and engage with different cultures. It's this absolute caricature where you are like, I hate everything from east of the Atlantic.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's funny you say that because my grandfather, in a sense, was the opposite of a vet. Like, he was a proud American with roots going back and fought. But he was cool with people all around. He just wanted to be an American, and grow because you care about America and grow, do all that. And Vivek's literally the opposite. Like, he hates us all and writes.
He'd probably kill Superman with poo. Where he's like, what's that? Like that, the Sandman from the Spider-Man universe? Like it's the Poo Man. Man, we're just creative geniuses, aren't we? It's like, it had something to do with Indians. Poop, poop, poo, poo, pee, pee. We're really flexing our creative muscles here. We're killing it. We're killing it right now.
About it and doesn't share any values or anything like that, and then says it's how. But anyway, where I was going with this is, if my granddad was around, I think he embodies all the conservative values. Like, he should be the model Republican. I think if the party was all true, he should be. And it's like, okay, me, a product of that growing up and sharing those values and actually caring about family and kids and even education, all the things, First Amendment, Second Amendment, being part of our civic duty, not being a swamp rat, all these things. But like, we see Vivek, who hates America, was born to Indian foreign nationals, it does just big money scams.
None of his businesses are legit.
Yeah, I mean,
not a single one of them is fucking
bring in
legit.
H-1Bs, says we're racist if we don't, allegedly practice DEI.
Not to mention, his companies actually played a part in building up those COVID databases. You remember that? Maybe you guys didn't know that. Remember back in 2020, 2021, the fear that they were going to make these big COVID databases to track who was getting vaccinated, who wasn't, and all of the data regarding the COVID vaccination rollout. Yeah, his companies played a part in that. So, literally, this guy is the more you learn about him, the worse he is, really. Yeah, you remember? Yeah. Guy's a total piece of shit.
Before he wrote a book at it to become conservative, it's like...
And that's why it leaks out. Yeah, that's why it leaks out, because he's steeped in that tradition, right? And it's just what he's doing now is an absolute skin suit, and we're not falling for it.
Yeah.
I know. It's funny, the other day, and I had very good advice from past Republican congressman, very nice man, and I'm probably breaking it right now.
Yeah, it's January 6th take.
You have to be the happy warrior. Just have those points and go. I'm like, can I be a person that just talk to people too? Can I feel like we're doing that?
I don't think there's anything not happy about this. I mean, it's just kind of like, we still love our country, we love, our neighbors, and it's like, but we gotta have this a little bit of righteous indignation. Like, are you seeing this shit?
Thank you. No, I got mad in videos. I'm like, everybody should be this man. And the thing about it is, I want to assure you, yes, I can wear a suit, but the reason I'm not wearing a suit right now is I've got actual work I have to do today. I like to work on my house and car.
Damn straight.
So true.
And the other thing is, it's like, just because I'm not wearing a suit and talking to you like you've been living in Plato's allegory of the cave your entire life as a politician, Tosh Wood, doesn't mean that I don't know how to put together an amazing team. Doesn't mean I don't know when we're getting lied to and manipulated. Doesn't mean that I don't know if I'm getting lied to and manipulated. And that's why we're doing it. That's why I'm running as governor against Vivek, because I'm sorry, we're all being lied to and manipulated. In no way does he extol the values and virtues of being conservative. He doesn't even extol the values of liking America or Ohioans. So back to your question,
sickening.
Who's a Casey Push voter? Any Ohioan that just wants to live and have a good future and industries.
Have a chance.
Damn straight.
That's an Ohio voter. And if the Republicans get mad for me saying this, you know who your enemy is.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's everybody.
Beautiful losers. Those people are principled losers. Yeah.
Yeah, fuck the GOP. All my homies
Hey,
hate the
you like that
GOP.
Democratic candidate's attack line against Vivek where she points out correctly that he hates Americans? You know what you should do on May 5th? You should grab a Republican ballot and vote for Casey Push.
So true.
Yeah, it's simple. It's simple. And that's just it. Like, can we end the
Don't be a party man.
Just let it go.
Yeah.
Just not talk about Vivek anymore. We would all be better off. And I'll be honest, In a perfect world, would I be here right now?
Exactly.
I'm talking to you guys, but would I be running? No.
Right.
I would be building my educational program. But like, our society is screwed. The educational programs are screwed. Like, there's no support for it. So, are you kidding me? Like, I've spent the last 11 years of my life to my own detriment.
Like that's literally like what we need more of. Like more Casey pushes going out there trying to like foster elite human capital, specifically in his case engineering, and like connecting them to like engineering firms or like any, and it doesn't have to be engineering, but like anything in that regard. Like that is like literally that is what we need more of, a lot more of. We like become educated, become elite human capital, know how to make shit, all of that stuff, and then like connect them with influential people, get them jobs and all of that. That's S tier stuff right there.
Achievement award from literally President Donald Trump and Biden, and got to fly with the Thunderbirds. That's what that.
Wow.
But no support, none.
Right.
A cup of coffee for the kids, and then I do the Omega card. It's over 100 miles a gallon. Like maybe a modern parallel of the Wright brothers. I'm not comparing myself to them.
Speak on it, Kate. You better speak on it. Yes. Say it with your whole chest.
True.
Like,
Yeah.
trying to build a watch company. Like,
Yeah. Well. Yeah. What? Trump is gonna endorse Vivek over real American Casey Putsch? What a joke.
This is my watch I prototyped for NASA requirements for the Artemis missions, and we have.
The problem for Casey is not finding poo on Vivek. It's the Wally Festival. I don't know what you mean by that.
Have tariffs to bring industry back, yet there's no support in Ohio to build a company. I'm sorry, I'm 44 years old. I have a lovely wife, family, a little one, another on the way, and I see no future for us. No support for the people to better their own lives.
True.
All I see is us facilitating.
And the biggest
selling out.
endorsed candidate is someone who hates us.
Exactly.
Like,
And this type of righteous indignation in you is, I think, totally valid. I don't see it as hateful at all. I see it as completely impassioned. And it's like,
He's got skin in the game. That's very important too. Like, who is Vivek? He's just transplanting. He's just finding his way to Ohio. He's gonna run. Like, who the fuck are you? Sorry, you just got here? And not just in Ohio, but in the fucking country, and now you want to be governor? That cannot happen.
smile on you for being this type of truth speaker.
Thank you. And I got to add just a couple little more things to that.
Go off, please. Go off.
Thank you. So I would like to be doing those things, and there's no jobs for people. So am I just going to sit down and watch the world burn? Like, can we just be real about how insanely risky this is for me? Like, just kind of an interesting normie who cares? I'm not a billionaire. I'm not a rich guy. Like,
if God forbid Vivek gets in, they're gonna come for you, and we need you to.
Dude, like, lawfare. That has to be, like, any sense of millionaire or billionaire can ruin your life or mine or anybody else's. They can set me up if it works in their favor politically. My only hope right now in doing this is, like, hopefully they're smart enough to realize what the Barbara Streisand effect is if they try to wreck me. Like, that would be bad.
They'll try to be like, oh, what regulatory things did he maybe not do? And da-da-da-da. They'll try to find anything on you.
But speak your truth and be honest and don't worry about it. God is good and God is merciful.
I've gotten a couple of speeding tickets, not bad in the past, and
the car guy? Shocker.
I know.
Well, like, nobody in my family gets divorced. Nobody's been arrested. We pay our taxes. I don't know what to tell you, man. We're trying.
They wear their shoes?
I'm wearing slippers. Let's
we got feet cam. We got the feet cam. Let's go. We got feet cam.
You guys are never getting You guys are never getting a feet cam out of me ever. I just want to let you guys know right now.
You'll have a Feet Finder account.
Just went up.
You'll get a Feet Finder account before you get a Wikipedia page.
The gay freaks in Ohio just boosted you another couple of points.
Contingent.
Come on.
Watch your words. We
can say it.
I got a story to tell.
Please.
See, this is where the establishment Republicans are going to lose their mind. So my wife and I, years ago in Columbus when we were down there, I took her out to dinner at a place called, I think it was Barcelona. It's a very nice restaurant, German Village. The short north is the arts district of Columbus, and also, as I say, the rainbow communities.
Never heard of it.
Okay, fair. Anyway, there's a place in the short north that was like, it was salsa dancing. It was like a proper ballroom dance kind of thing.
It's called the Eagle.
Really cool.
Stop.
I don't know.
Don't worry about that. Don't worry. Move on.
I don't know. So anyway, it was
too much.
And
can't afford my
single,
feet pics.
I invite because young women they like to go dancing. And so we go there. So my wife and I were going to go salsa dancing. We're in Barcelona, and and we're sitting at the bar waiting for a table, and George Takei walks in.
Hello.
Holy crap, it's George Takei. And I'm like, that's cool, Trekkie. And, obviously he's part of the rainbow community.
Mhm.
I think he was there because it was the festival going
He's
on.
gay.
I kept bugging my wife. I said, it's Sulu. We got to invite him and his partner salsa dancing. And my wife was too embarrassed. We're too embarrassed to do it. And I'm like, no, this is a golden opportunity, because I'm just imagining, like, if everybody goes dancing, it's cool. I hope he gets dipped and he goes, oh my.
Oh my.
So, like, that was a missed opportunity of fun. But
You could have had your own millionaire backer at that point.
I know.
Oh, come on. I don't know. And I tell that story just genuine, because, like, when I said it's all the people of Ohio.
Exactly. We're
Everybody.
not LARPing. We're not hateful. We love our neighbors. We don't but we care about our neighbors, and we care about our communities, and we care about our future. We care about our children, that type of thing. So
true.
I think that is a good story to tell, because it does kind of poke a bubble in what they kind of want to paint you as kind of like chud coded, whatever. And it's like, yeah, no, it's like, no, you are a man who loves your country, loves your community, loves your state.
Yeah, can we just, like, okay, why am I conservative? Because I think those are the values that let you build a society well. And I'm sorry, but the Democrats, all I see is them being politically radicalized to, like, leverage and split everybody up.
And censor everyone, and et cetera. Yeah.
Yeah, and all the things I saw happening with the left, okay, all I see, after the last 5-10 years are over, I'm like, is the African American community better off for what?
Like, let's be so for real.
I don't think so. Is the rainbow community better off for everything that's happened in the last while?
Having their lunch eaten by the trans community and all that stuff, like, is that better for everyone? Like, let's be so for real.
Yeah.
Can we all just lower the temperature and be people? And
Yeah.
like, cult it as we see it with political radicalization and absurdities on both sides of the fence. Like, I've always been Republican and voted conservative. Obviously, I think you guys know where I come from, but, like, I have a heart.
Exactly.
Can we all just live?
We're not you're not a caricature of yourself. That's exactly what it is. It's like, and if you want to make the world a better place, take a look at yourself and make a change, as they say.
So true.
So yeah, no, I mean, I'm running as a Republican because I've always been one. That's my party. I don't think that belongs in it. I think he's bought out the establishment. I think in a way, they've all done us a great service, because now we know who the establishment cells are that have nobody's best interest in mind. So that's where I am, and that's what I'm fighting.
Yes, and if you are in Ohio, May 5th, Cinco de Mayo, you are going to go to the polls, you're going to request a Republican ballot, and you're going to vote for Casey Puch, Cinco de Mayo 2026. And then you'll get a margarita.
Yeah, that'd be fun. Maybe I'll allow myself.
Have a Cinco de Mayo election day party. Why not?
Why not?
Actually, that is fun. Let's do that.
Yeah.
Actually,
Like the white nationalist is having a Cinco de Mayo party. Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah, I can only imagine what all they're gonna try to paint me in. Whatever.
But living your truth, speak your truth. God is merciful.
Well, we got to be careful with that, just because apparently a lot of the Groypers are Mexican. So.
Well, that's true. They'll be like, yeah, he's a Groyper candidate. He's appealing to them with his Cinco de Mayo.
Look, okay, this is fair to say. Okay, this is fair to say. Everybody on planet Earth is gonna love people for whatever reason they want, and hate people for whatever reason they want. And
they'll find a way.
Exactly.
If people don't like me because they think I'm like too mean or not mean enough in any way, shape, and form, like, I can't help you. All I could be is me.
Exactly. That'll never lead you wrong.
I care about my country. I will always feel to be an American. All the people that came before me that fought and worked and blood, sweat, and tears to give us a shot, that's what I care about. I'm a product of that. I take offense when I see people trying to tear that down, tear down the values, tear down America, tear down any of my fellow man. And yes, that means man and women.
Yeah. Et cetera, et cetera.
And I'm going to call it out on both sides. And I'm sorry, not sorry if you have a problem that I actually care about people.
Don't be exasperated, Casey. I think you have exactly the right mindset, exactly the right attitude. Don't let it wear you down. It's a marathon. It's not a sprint. We're gonna check in with you hopefully in the springtime and get like a state of the race with you. So we're hopeful. We love everything we're hearing.
Yeah,
so.
We love it.
Yeah,
I just can't see Vivek win and turn Ohio into an economic
save the
zone.
state, please, Casey.
I'm working on it, guys. I'm working on it. And if people want to be, that's it. I care about people of Ohio. I'm a Republican. I've always been one. They're conservative values. I just want a better future for all of us and objectively do that. And that's all I got.
We love it. We love it. Well, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate your time, and best of luck, and God bless, and all of that stuff. And we'll check in with you, like I said. Let's try to check in the springtime and see how the race is going.
Anytime. Yeah, I'm on it, guys. Anything else? Any questions, thoughts, jokes, whatever?
Actually, yeah, I just bought a GMT 800, an 02 Chevy truck here. I want you to get your opinion here. How'd I do?
All right.
125,000 miles.
Okay, all right. The car
it's a
talk.
5.3, no cylinder deactivation, so we're mint there. $3,600.
That was good.
Pretty good deal. It's pretty funny.
Z71, fully loaded, all sunroof, all the things. Good deal.
From Ohio would have voted for Casey Bush.
It sounds like out of the market, but that's pretty solid.
We got to get a sticker to put on the car and be like, "Push approved."
Push approved Chevy truck.
I'll add one to it. I'm not taking away too much time from you.
Go on. No.
When I got to do the Tucker Carlson episode, talk about the car, we were talking about right to repair.
I can't do the cars though. I can't. I just, you know. W. Honestly, I really like that. Yeah. You guys and your fucking cars and shit. I replaced my flim flam shin in my axle rod. Now I'm getting 45 miles to Ireland. Pretty good. Driving my truck for 150,000 miles is still holding up. I just, not my thing. Anything under 4K that runs good is a deal these days. Bro. Just want something that runs, you know? You drive a Tesla, is that what? Perhaps. Maybe. I don't have to answer that. Anyway. What time is it? Is Nick going live? Yeah, bro. Let's, what, like a week? A week later, or the show's just starting to slip away. It's starting to get away from him a little bit. No, it's not. No, it's black. Starting to get away from him a little bit. Anyway, what time is it? Almost 10. I need to get something to eat. I'm hungry. I ate before I went live, but I'm hungry again. So I'm gonna get something. yeah, I saw that we saw that tweet, the promo code. The Mexicans taking over, yeah. True. Anyway. Alright, I'm gonna get out of here. It's kind of fried today. My brain's just like slow. Very slow today. But we locked in, you know, we showed up, that's what matters. Not every show is gonna be a banger. Kind of a slow news day. Oh, we made it work. Gay, what we're talking, where's that coming from? What? Why? Because Teslas are based? They are. You know what's gay? Driving yourself around when you have self-driving. That's like mob boss maxing. Having like your own personal clanker driver, that's actually Aryan. That's actually super Aryan and based. And honestly, as far as like minimizing your cortisol, you don't have to worry about it, man. Somebody cuts you off, some dickhead scholar is driving in the fucking shoulder. Couldn't care less. Happy as a fucking clam. So. We're all bad. It's been fun. Glad you had fun. 07. Yeah, don't forget to, you know, I let Japanese have a robot driver. You know how it is. It's the Aryan spirit, man. It's aristocratic. Anyway. Don't forget to like, do the whole thing. You know, the like, comment, subscribe. Follow me on Twitter. I've been a little more active on Twitter lately. Yeah, Nick should go live pretty soon. I don't know what he's gonna talk about today. Probably maybe the WEF. More Greenland stuff. Dude, outside of that, man, it's really been a slow news day. Like, dead slow. Anyway. Just imagine. Louise missed his show. True. That's okay. He comes in. He always comes in for one thing. Anyway. GN. Good night, everybody. I'll see you guys all next time. And, you know, God bless. See you guys all tomorrow at 4:30. Just like today. 4:30 sharp. All right. Take it easy.